Defense, Mr. Manuel.
Scott, please, morning, Your Worship.
Kuriana mboni liwane ayoteka siboko leswi nga ta swivula ni samahlweni ni nga swivula ni ta swivula ni vulavula ntiso ntsena.
Morning, Mr. Toja.
Tobera, my worship.
Morning.
I would like for us to pick up from where we left yesterday, particularly to deal with the firearm. Your testimony suggested that the accused or the applicant number 2, you indicated that he was armed when he went to Mercedes-Benz in Vanderboom, and that there was chaos, as you alleged. And therefore, my instructions based on that is that the accused person, firstly, did not have any firearm on him. Secondly, he did not intimidate anyone with a firearm. And he further suggests that this is supported by the fact that Mercedes-Benz itself did not even open any case against him for intimidation, and that the said dealership has got security at the entrance that controls the entry and departure of vehicles.
Mercedes ya Vanderboom aki kamile kaserali hivi auna mtu yena ile amechabishija wa mshushita cheka muka di tefa ki tela ugoncha urikaniti asia ya kwa aki kamile hivi asia kushita mutu ba Mercedes-Benz wa Vanderboom abatibuka bamulela molatu ibile anakwa Mercedes-Benz wa Vanderboom unale baleta de foroba bona ma security re di politi tsena le mo di tswang.
Your Worship, with permission of court, earlier on when I arrived, the accused had asked that I hand them up a notepad and pen so that they can write if there are any issues that they want to be dealt with. I've just been provided with that. May I hand these documents to them?
Singabahlamisela timhaka ku ayisungule mhaka ya muhehli wa vumbirhi u hlamusele ku muhehli wa vumbirhi u yile a Vanderboom a Benz a khome xibamu a fika laya loko a nghena laya a fika a endla madzolonga kumbe a endla ku hlangahlangana na laya so va ku yena muhehli wa vumbirhi a nga zangi a fika laya a va chaviseta hi xona xibamu kumbe a fika a khomi kumbe u yini laya a khomi xibamu va ku sweswi a zangi swi humelela loko hi ta hlamusela ntiyiso ku ri a zangi swi humelela kumbe ku kombisa ku a swi zangi swi humelela va ka Mercedes-Benz i khampani leyikulu kumbe i bindzu lerikulu kwele a Vanderboom la loko a swi yo humelela hi ndlela yona yaleyo kumbexana va ta va pfule nandzu hikuva a ku zangi ku pfuliwa na nandzu kwalaya ivi va hlamusela ku ri xin'wani una ma security kona kwalaya lava ku nga vona va langutaku timovha ti nghenaku na leti ti humaku.
What's your comment to that?
Ga sinke kare o ile kwa a ihlamile ka firearm ke re wa ka information e ke re from my source that side o ba ihlamile ka firearm ka tswela pele my worship kare o ya ka footage o ya ka tisho ke ho tswa go bona a gona mo go bone wa a tsosha havoc because footage e tsweletsa ile ka reception.
I never said he went there armed with a firearm. I said from the information I got from my source that side, he went with a firearm. And also, from the footage that I saw, there is no incident which shows him causing havoc because the footage is on the part of the reception area of the place.
Akumina anzange nhlamusela timhaka ta ku yena u yi akhu a ri munhu loyi a nga khoma xibamu swi tikomba nga ku xana loko xi tirhisa ni yi ni vuhlamuseli ntsena ku ri a xo va ka yena xibamu munhu loyiwani ku ya hi ndlela leyi mi nga hlamuseriwa hi yona and a ku na na mina ni nga hlamusela ku ri yena u fiki a endla madzolonga loko a fika laya na footage ya kona kumbe tona ti-video ta kona a ti koti ku komba le ndzeni ti komba laya a reception ntsena kumbe laya mi fikelaku kona.
So are we in agreement that it did not cause any chaos as far as what you could see from your the evidence that you relied upon, the footage that you are referring to?
Anara dumelana gore ase afika kwa athola tlhaka oba kharuru ya leka botsatsibole na le bobone.
A ke shumelane le wena because
agree with you because the havoc or chaos that he caused that in the offices and not at the area where the footage I saw was shown.
Ebe anipfumelani na wena tinyimpi teto a nga ti endlangi laya ti kota ku vona ku ya hi tona tikhamera u ti endleli le a tiofisini la ku nga vonaki kona ku ya hi lava va nga ni byela.
But are we then in agreement that on the footage, that which is something that can be verified, save for the issues that you are referring to, which are obviously in dispute, on the footage that you have at least had the benefit to view, no chaos was demonstrated on that particular footage as per his instructions?
If readumelana na hore o se re ba se o se bone o sa ditshwantsho wa kgatisho re ba yona footage a gona tlhakatlhakano ye e tlhotse ke modela kgopolo wa bobedi ntle le tse wena o di bolelago jaaka diofising tse e leng gore le kgale di aganetswe re a dumelelana gore go se o se boneng mo dikgatišong a gona tlhakatlhakano ye yena wa e tlhola.
ka ge ke boletse my worship gore go ya ka footage a gona hlakahlakano.
As I've already said, Your Worship, according to the footage, there is no chaos.
Ako se wa pfumelelana na ku ri ku ya hi leswi wena u nga swi vona laya ka tikhamera a ku nga ri na tinyimpi leti muhehli wa vumbirhi a kha ti endla hambi hina hi kha hi ku na le wena u nge u ti endlini ha kha ha swi kaneta kambe sweswo wa pfumelana na swona na ku a swi humelelangi na eka leswi u nga swi vona ku ya hi tikhamera a ku ni vurile ni ku a ni vonangi nchumu kumbe a ni vonangi madzolonga a kha humelela laya ka tikhamera letiya.
It's on those bases that we've received instructions that even at the said office that you are referring to, there was no chaos, and that if there was any chaos, Mercedes-Benz would have acted upon that, considering that they are well represented by attorneys that prepared the letter that we gave you yesterday. Just for clarification, Your Worship, may I engage my colleague? I just want to ascertain what transpired with the documents that were in possession of the witness yesterday. Mr. Towajan, are you still in position of the letter that we handed up to you yesterday?
Yes,
Our instructions. Our instructions are further that if indeed there was any chaos, Mercedes-Benz would have also placed it on this correspondence which they addressed to the accused persons in this matter.
Rena Seru Johnson like Sao Edward can need to be the Kaka ye for you give Mura week. Ba Mercedes-Benz but shadow war Ramona. The Bata by 20 Chatabayi way, Odimora, Smala Siwe, Sao Levantra, Valatifa.
What's your comment to that?
We're not Fatalaka, they were Uja and Enge, Ubili, Takatano. Later, each little more to Malo, they will have to
I can see this governor. I can't abandon the committee. Much to keep one and I can see can need to official committee.
I don't know anything about that because I do not know how factual are the contents of this letter. It's the first time I am seeing the document.
Baka Mercedes-Benz abatakulukuba batsalela papela le banga ungakhoma wena khorisa abatabana nandlu one babe ba utsala tsarini kwalano akusosho nge switivi ku mina ani tivi ku ri papela le one ri na ntiso ku fika kwihi I ro sungula ni ri vona.
Our instructions in that regard are that document you are at liberty to investigate its authenticity, and it will be confirmed in your investigation that it was indeed addressed to the accused by the complainant.
La wa Mercedes-Benz le ba ntshitswe go ba latfa.
What's your comment to that?
Le fatela ka le na le maluka ka monka o nya bishisho re ka nnete tokomane ke a nnete wa ditaba tse di ka mo ke tsona tsa nnete na le le tswela pele ka nya bishisho no da le go etsa go ka nnete Romalo le ngwalile le atung la Mercedes-Benz.
I see the accused is trying to reach out for my attention. May I approach him? Had he provided a response?
No, he saw the prosecutor standing and talking.
Okay.
Your Worship, I wanted to rise. Actually, I'm rising on a point of clarity. Say, the question from my learned colleague has been answered. That it's the first time I see this letter. I'm not even sure of the truth of the contents of that document. So I can't confirm because I'm not sure as to the truth of the contents of the document. So the question was answered, Your Worship. But unless my learned colleague would clarify as to the the necessity to push it further, or as it was answered?
Yes.
As the
I was
colleague.
not pushing it further. All I'm saying is that I'm putting a proposition to the witness that further investigations will clarify that which is needing to clarify as time goes on. Hence, we said that further investigations will be able to confirm. And this was following up on his response. That's all, Your Worship.
Answered, Your Worship.
Beki no wancha tazie gore ke batho tsa pele di nyakisisho ba tota ba kgwetsa gore ka nnete je di ngwadi le mo ke di nnete
se ba ku yena muchuchisi a lava ku twisisa ka xivutiso xa Gqwetha loko a vutisa timhaka loko a n'wi vutisa xivutiso xa papila rona ri rise muchuchisi a ku kambe xivutiso xexo n'wi vutisaka xona futhi u xi hlamurini loko a hlamula ku ri mina a ni na ntiyiso ya ku papila leri nga tsariwa kumbe swilo leswi nga tsariwa lan'wani i swa ntiyiso kumbe a hi ntiyiso loko Gqwetha ri hlamula ri ku ri mina a no lava ku kombisa ku ri loko u endla vulavisisi bya wena u ya mahlweni u ta swi vona ku ri hi mpela leswi nga tsariwa lan'wani i ntiyiso.
Let's deal with one of the reasons why you believe that accused number 1 should not be granted bail. You testify that she informed you that if granted bail, she will unfortunately kill herself.
well ari ke demanding ya amangwa mabaka a wena wa fileo a ka baka la eng wena o bona foro isa tshwanela go dumella msekwa wa modira go mathomo o seka molato wa ka ntle ka go lokulwa ka pele o rile le le mla mabaka ke ka baka la gore modira go mathomo o butse gore he ya ka lokulwa ka pele o go ipolaya.
Our instructions on that is that she never said something like that to you, and she has no intention whatsoever of killing herself. What's your comment?
Polelo jwa o mo la tfatjwa gore na ke ya gore yena a tsibuke a bolela ntwa mputuwe ane le baka la go ka dira
ge go hlokega my worship nka nna ka lefa record ya ka le yena ma boletsego ke na le kgatišo ya gona.
if needs be, I can provide your worship with the recordings or the recording of our discussion or engagement.
And what does the recording provide? You can just
confirms
that.
Ukano bolela gore khatisho iwe ya na pe wena bolela le yena e reng ya kontisisa so o se bolela.
My worship.
It is so, your worship, it confirms what I am saying.
Ebise aku wena ute xin'wana lexi endlaka ku mhihliwa wo sungula a nga kumi kumbe a nga chuchiwi hi yona bail kumbe xikombelo xa yena xa bail va nga xi mukeli i mhaka ku yena mhihliwa wo sungula u vi a ku byela ku ri u ku byele ku ri u ta ti dlaya loko o chuchiwa hi yona bail kumbe o va a ri handle hi yona bail se aku yena muhehliwa wo sungula a wu ri a nga zanga a swi vula sweswo swa ku yena u ta ti dlaya a nga zanga tiyimisela no yena a nga ti dlaya se loko yena Mr. Tibana a ti hlamulela a ku mina na vumbhoni bya marito a hina loko hi kha hi va na mburisano kumbe kha hi vulavurisana la yena muhehliwa a nga vula marito ya ku yena loko o nyikiwa kumbe o pfumeleliwa ku chuchiwa hi yona bail u ta ti dlaya se huvo yi ku ka kandziyiso walowo wa n'wina vumbirhi bya n'wina loko mi kha mi vulavula ku na la a pfumelaka ku u ta ti dlaya na a ku swona.
And further that this matter is it's a result of an investigation on issues that occurred 2 years ago, and up until to this day, having been aware of this problem, she did not take a life.
Well, odimo mo molatu ke molatu o ya le ka ditatofatso wa matiragalo ye diragetsu mengwaga e mebedi ya go feta le ya ntse a tseba gore o ne dinyakišišo kgatlhanong le ena a tseboke a leka
ke tla lefagatitšwa ka le ena o mpoditše le gore o ilekile go ipolaya e ke sa dire phošo mageng a maitere.
If needs be, I will make the recording of our conversation available. If I'm not mistaken, she even said that she tried or attempted to kill herself on 3 occasions or 3 times.
Ebi said gwethera ku nantule one kuna malembe mambiri ku ova kumbe kuna malembe mambiri bakha bayendla vulavisisi a henhleni ka yena kambe na namuntlha angazange a ti dlaya angazange a endla na kumbe ku hleketa ku ti dlaya ivi se loko a ti hlamulela yena gwetha yena ya Mr. Tobejani a ku loko ku ri huvo ya swilava kumbe swa laveka nkandziyiso walowo wa mina na yena hi kha hi vulavurisana ni nga vutisa mahlweni ka huvo hi ku ku na laha a nga hlamusela timhaka ta ku u ringeti ku lava ku ti dlaya loko ni nga endli xihoxo u teka nharhu.
So why did you not say this in your examination in chief? That you've got the recording that she has stated that she attempted to kill herself for at least 3 times. Why are you only raising it now?
Yada morena kika bakala ini tabe usiwa ulela kana kwe uifabutatska uena utabuseja koro baga utatikiri atoma obilisha liputisho ngano sa tweleta tabe originale khatisho ya politiciano yaka liena moelongori ubuleti tabe ori ulikile ukipulaya kana ngane elo bona uitweleta kana bia.
My worship ga singe ka runi kilo ipula ga itere ke re ke sa phoshi sa bobedi yo Charlotte sha tabe mo gonna sera gore ke re sitse before ka re o tlike o re ga therapy o tla itjela bo phelo jwa go tatiso go go butchena lo go is because ke e boletse before.
Your worship, I never said she tried to kill herself 3 times. I said, if I'm not mistaken, it might have been 3 times. And secondly, the fact that you are now asking me about her trying to, or her taking her own life, is because it is something that I said before you could ask me questions. That is why you are now able to ask me questions about it.
Ibise ahlamusela ku ri hikwalaho ka yini loko wena u nyika mumbhoni mina ni nga sungula ku vutisa swivutiso u nga swi hlamuselangi mhaka yona yaleyo ya ku u ringeti ku ti dlaya ka nharhu ivi ku mina a ni zangi ni vula ku ri munhu loyi u te u ringeti ku ti dlaya ka nharhu ni te loko ni nga endli xihoxo ene xivutiso xexo kumbe mhaka leyo ni yi vulavurini ya ku u te u ringeti ku ti dlaya hikwalaho ka wena u kota ku munhu vutisa swivutiso loko swi ta ka mhaka ya ku ti dlaya ka yena kumbe kona ku ringeta ku ti dlaya.
I don't think we understood each other, so maybe let me rephrase my question. I accept that you testified to the effect that allegedly she told you that she wanted to kill herself. My question is, why were you not as detailed as you are? Why did you not say to this court, I've got a recording, she said this, that, and the recording. As you have said about other recordings, that she has said that she, even if you say you're not sure if it's 3 times or not, why was this information not offered to the court?
Ane chogori ubuleti taba gori ubuleti gori ya ka lokuna ka be ujogi pola ki mutisha taba gori ki ka baka line taba yewe o sai tlhalosa go tsenelela wa ka botla wa bolela taba gori ki ne khatiso ibile mo ile gore o bolela taba ne go ya gore ka ka lokuna ka be ujogi pola le ge lori a one bonnete ba hore o kile a leka o ke pola ya bedi wa raro ewe a se ntlha e botlhokwa ke ya gore ke ka baka line tshedimošo ya go tshwana le ene ya gore o ne kgatišo mo e leng gore ba bolela ka taba ya go ke polaya o se ba itšweletša peleng go kgoro e ba botša kgoro gore e ne kgatišo ya ditaba tše ke le botša go tšona
gore ke se ke ka ya tšweletša kgothe ga senke ya mpotšiša gore ke na le bohlatse jo wena.
The reason why I did not offer that information to the court is because the court, or I was never asked whether I have proof to that effect.
Aku hikwalaho ka yini loko wena u nyika vumbhoni bya wena u nga hlamuselangi na hambi ha swi twisisa ku ri u hlamuserile timhaka ta ku yena muhehliwa u te loko o chichiwa hi beyili u ta tidlaya kambe hikwalaho ka yini wena u nga hlamuselangi xitalo ku ri u zi a vula na timhaka ta ku yena u ringete ku lava ku tidlaya nga va kambirhi na hambi u nga ri na ntiyiso na swona kumbe kanharhu kambe hikwalaho ka yini wena u nga swi hlamuselangi hi xitalo mhaka yona yaleyo a ku a ni vutisiwangi mina xivutiso xo xexo.
Your Worship, again, I'm seeing accused number 1 reaching out for my attention. May I approach her?
Yeah.
On the last point on this issue, Mr. Tobejan, it can be that your response will, in fact, be that the court never asked you. You offered the evidence. You were led properly by the state. It is your evidence. You are the one who ought to have offered this to the court. It's not the duty of the court at this moment to find out if you have evidence. You, as you are the witness, when you bring your evidence, you must lay it for what it is.
Well, au kone gore karabo ya e a se ka e bolela ka baka la ka botsisho ka baka la wena o fa botlhatsi ba se o se tsebago ba se o benaso wena o bo swantse o ile wa tlhalosetsa kgoro dilo ka botlalo e ka se be maikarabelo a kgoro ga ne bjale gore o botsisho go nna le botlhatsi wa ne botlhatsi ka gore e sa le nako ya gore wena o tlhalosetse kgoro se wena o se tsebago wa o benaso.
My worship, ke boletse taba ya gore o mpuitse gore ga ke kgotjara pele o tlo ipolaya court ga se ke ya mputša re ke na bohlatso jo wena ke a re ba potšišo ye ke botšišo ke court.
The worship, I mentioned that she said that if released on bail, she will kill herself. I was not asked as to whether I have proof that she said anything like that. I'm answering questions that were asked.
Ebi a hlamusela timhaka ta ku wena u nge hlamuli hi ndlela yona yaleyo hi mhaka ku hi wena a wu kha u nyika vumbhoni hi xitalo u kha u hlamusela leswi swi tivaka na vumbhoni lebyi nga na byona se huvo a ku nga ri ntirho wa yona ya ku i fane wena yi ku tsundzuxa kumbe yi ku byela ku ri wena u fanele u hlamula kumbe u nyika vumbhoni hi ndlela yihi hi wena hi le vutihlamuleri bya wena ku hlamusela hinkwaswo leswi wena u swi tivaka a ku ni nhlamurini ni ku munhu loyi u te loko o chichiwa hi beli kumbe yena muhehliwa wo sungula u hlamusele timhaka ta ku loko o chichiwa hi beli u ta ti dlaya huvo a hi zangi ni vutisa ku ri u na vumbhoni bya sweswo na.
Mr. Tobajane, with respect to the alleged interference that you, and we touched a bit on these issues yesterday, that some calls were made by accused number 1 to parties that you allege she was attempting to interfere with. At this moment in time, and we accept that you are still in the commencement of your investigations, have you gotten an opportunity to confirm who are the people who allegedly called the families that you were referring to, particularly the Matabata family?
Well, with the manning ya di tatufato jagori uvideli ki sunya nyakishisho wa leka go tsena nyakisho ka bogare o boletika megala e leng gore ile ya debaki modela kgopolo mathomo a letsetsa ba bangwe ba e leng gore ba ka ba ameya go tiragalo tse bjale ke a kwešiša gore o sa tšwela pele ka dinyakišišo e fela ntho e ke nyaka go itseba ko gore a na le šetse le kgonne o ka kgontisiša gore ke bomang ba e leng gore ba founetse malapa o o bolelwang ka ona kudu ba mathabata.
My worship, ba mathabata ba mpitse gore ba founetse ke accused number 1 ba fitlhela ba tlo mo broka ifunu tša bona.
Your worship, the Matabatas told me that they were contacted telephonically by accused number 1 up to a point where they blocked the number that was calling.
My instructions are that as you go with your investigations, once you get an opportunity to do the 205 on the phones of the family as well as that of the accused, evidence will exonerate her to the effect that there were no such calls where she was trying to persuade them to do anything.
Se a hlamusela mhaka ku loko hi ta ka mhaka ya ku endla vulavisisi wena u hlamusele ku ri loko ku ri yena muhehliwa wo sungula u kanganyisa ku endla vulavisisi bya wena hi ndlela ya ku yena u ri u fonele vanhu lava nga va fonela loko hi vulavula hi vona vanhu va kona i va ka Mathabate se uze u endla vulavisisi na ka mhaka ya ku kahle vanhu lavan'wana va foneliwe hi mani yena muhehliwa wo sungula kumbe hi mani ivi loko a ti hlamulela a ku va ka Mathabate va n'wi byele ku ri va foneliwe hi yena muhehliwa wo sungula ku fikisela va ta n'wi bloka a tifonini ta vona.
Bjale se re o botsang sona ke sa gore ge o tswela pele ka dinyakišišo kudu ge o tlo šomiša karolo ela ya 205 ya molao wa o laola tshepedišo ya tsheko ya molato ya bosenyi mo e leng gore o tlo kgopela gore o hwetse kgatišo ya megala ye ka bang ile ya dirwa go tšwa difounu tša balatofatšwa goba maloko a malapa o tlo tla o hwetša gore ga gona botlhatsi bo bo tlo laetšago gore balatofatšwa ba yena molatofatšwa wa mathomo o ile a founelana le malapa a batho ba e leng gore ba amega.
I cannot comment ga se my worship re tla kopana ka trial ka bohlatsi jo.
I have no comment in as far as that is concerned. We will meet at trial with that evidence.
Ebe a hlamusela timhaka ta ku u ta tsundzuka ku ri ku na nawu lowu landzeriwaka loko va lava ku nghenelela eka ka mburisano wa vanhu lavambirhi loko ku ri va vulavule hi yona foni se loko vo ya va nyikiwa papila rero va va nghenelela aka tifoni ta muhehliwa na le ka vanhu vana ka mindyangu yona yaliya va ta swi kuma ku ri hi mpelampela vumbirhi bya vanhu lavawani a va zangi va tikuma va kha va vulavurisana ivi se yena ku loko a tihlamulela ku a na nhlamulo ka sweswo hi ta hlangana hi siku leri ku ta va ku tekiwaka nandzu.
Accused number 1 will further deny that there's been any attempts by her whilst in custody to talk to any witness in this matter.
Molatwa mathomo to hanetsa le taba gore yena kana kwa lo kule ba anja lo kule o kila le ka o ka go kaganya le tlhatsi fika ba ifi molatwa.
And further that, prior to your response, and further that, if at all there's any allegation that there's been any communication out there with her clients that remains a lawful clients, is that the office has got access to a phone at this moment in time in order to communicate with clients to give them whatever updates as well as to receive calls while she's in custody.
Ge lori o na le gore batho ba e leng gore ke di client tsa ba mothotse gore a ba direle mošomo o na le poledišano ebile ngona le bona yeo e tla ba e tswelela go batho ba ofisi ya gage ka gore ke bona ba e leng gore ba swere founu ya gage ka se sebaka ba swanetse gore ba fele ba letsetsa batho ba e leng gore ba mothotse gore a ba direle mošomo gore ba ba tsebiše gore se ba kgopetseng gore a ba thuse ka sona se ka legatong lefe goba go diragala eng ka sona. Founu e swere ke ba ofising ya gage e le go na le ba e leng gore ba ile ba letsetswa ba e leng gore ke ba ba mothotse gore a ba dirile mošomo e tla ba megala yona e dira ke ba ofising.
I think your question is twofold. The first fold is that no call was made on that call. The second fold is that yes, there could have been call but made by the office.
No.
And I think the manner in which you put your question creates two folds.
Let me break it down for him, Moshe. Mr. Tovejan, our instructions are that this official cell phone for the law firm of accused number 1 is in possession of her employees, and that at this moment in time, while she's in custody, they do receive calls and or communicate with any client that contacts them in order to constantly keep updates as and when clients require it.
Phone ya semuso ya mmereko e swere ke babereki ba kwa ofising ya gage wa firmeng ya gage ge o ne poledišano ye e bengona go tšwa founung e nngwe e ka ba ka baka la gore batho ba e founetse goba e founetse batho ke ntho e leng gore e tla ba e diragala kwa ofising ka baka la gore ba swanetse gore ba amogele megala go tšwa go batho ba e leng gore ba ka ba nyaka thuso go tšwa femeng ebile ba swanetse go letsetsa batho ba e leng gore feme ya ba šomela gore ba ba tsebiše ka tše ba tlhokang go di tsena.
My worship, if you kgahla kgoro nka ba fa bohlatso jo ja gore o boletse le di-client tša gagwe a le ka iseleng ke na le voice note ke na le screenshot.
If it pleases the court, I can provide evidence that shows that she made contact with her clients whilst in custody. I have got a voice note to that effect. I have got screenshots.
Ibise gqwetha loko a vutisa xivutiso xo sungula ro sungula u vi a ku wena u te muhehliwa wo sungula u vi a fowunelana kumbe ku va na ku vulavula na timbhoni leti nga le handle yena a ri xitokisini se a ku loko ku ri sweswo swi nga va swi humelerini ku ve hina ha swi ala loko ku ri swi humelerini u ta tsundzuka ku ri foni leyi kumbe ha ku byela ku ri foni leyi i ya ntirho yi le ofisini ya ha tirha vanhu lavaya va nga sala le ntirhweni va kota ku fowunela vanhu vanhu lava a va yena muhehli wo sungula a tirhisana na vona kumbe na vanhu lavaya va fona va la ku tiva ku ri swilo swa vona swi ta kwihi ku humelela yini hi ku yena u le cotrain ivi se huvo yi nghenela yi ku swivutiso sweswi u nga swi vutisa u vutisa swilo swimbirhi swo hambana wa pfumela ku ri u fowunini wa tlhe u ala ku a nga fowunangi a ku moni yi lunghisa kahle ni yi veka kahle mina na ku byela seni wena Mr. Tobejane ku kahle yena muhehliwa wo sungula a nga zangi a fowunela munhu hi ku foni yaleyo yi le ofisini vatirhi va le ofisini hi vona va kota ku fikelela ka foni yona yaleyo va kota ku fowunela vanhu kumbe na vanhu va va fowunela ku ri va la ku tiva ku ri loko ku ri tifayili ta vona kumbe swilo swa vona swi ta kwihi yena a ha ri xitokisini loko a ti hlamulela Mr. Tobejane a ku loko ku ri mi lava vumbhoni va sweswo ni na swona ni na byona vumbhoni bya kona ni na vumbhoni bya marito ni na vumbhoni bya ku hi yo teka xithombe leswi va nge ku screenshota swi kona loko huvo yi lava ku ni swi humesa mahlweni ka huvo ni nga endla tani.
And further that even if now you were to make a phone call to your office phone, someone else will indeed pick up that call.
Fonela phone you e tlo arabwa ke motho wa mmereko.
Awa mo a kena comment.
I have no comment.
Ba ku loko hisa mhaka leyi wena amahlweni na sweswiwani loko wa fona u fonela nomboro yona yaleyo u ta kuma yi kha yi hlamuriwa hi munhu le ofisini a ku na nhlamulo na swona.
And that the reason why she used your colleague's phone to call her sisters to avail the passport at the station was simply because she herself didn't have a phone.
Ibile lebaka la o dira gore a shumisho ba berekisa phone ya moshumishane ka wena o letsetsa bana ba bo sesia gage gore ba tse passport ibe ka bakala na le bue la gore yena ka bo yena mo abe ngwana a ne phone ya o ka letsa mo
My worship ga ke boletse kere if o khahla khoro ke tla tlisha bohlatsi.
Worship, as I have already said, if it pleases the court, I will bring proof.
Se ba hlamusela ku ri ximangelo lexi nga endla ku ri yena a tikuma a tirhisa foni ya mutirhikuloni na wena i mhaka ku yena foni ya yena a nga ri na yona eka yena ku ri va ta kota ku tisa tona ti-passport a fonela le kaya ivi loko a hlamula a ku loko ku ri huvo leyiwani yi lava ni tisa vumbhoni yi nga endla tani.
And further that if at all there are any conversations that were had in custody, she will testify in a trial that you actually solicited her to take some advices outside that which were provided by a legal team in that meeting.
Wena kana kwe ale folego dipuledisano tsa bona ibe wena o moeletsa gore a nyake maele o bongwe ntle le tsebo ya boramolao ba gagwe.
If yana bohlatsi jowe a gone bothata le nna ke tla mo fa bohlatsi jwaka.
If she has proof of that, there is no problem. I will also give her my
loko ku ri ku vi na ku vulavurisana ko karhi loko a ri xitokisini sweswo swi endliwi hi mhaka ya wena loko wena ivi u ta n'wi byeletela ku ri u nga lava ku pfuniwa kun'wani handle ka gqweta ra wena ivi loko a hlamula a ku loko ku ri ku na vumbhoni bya timhaka teto ti vulavulaka a na kinga na swona.
Yes, witness, but did you advise a different
ifela ana lese ramla wa sibulela o sa ro ile wa moile ja hore anyake maele o gongwe ntle le tsebo ya boramla wa
ga se nnete my worship.
That is not true.
Aku a ntiyiso ya ku mini ivi ni n'wi byeletela ku ri a nga lava ku pfuniwa hi vanhu van'wani handle ka magweta ya yena aku sweswo a hi ntiyiso.
And that subsequent to
We just wanted to say something further.
Yes.
Ke be ke re ga se nnete my worship. If go hlokega ke tla le bohlatse ka tla le hlatse ra gopela le footage ya kwa police station.
I wanted to say, Your Worship, it is not true. If needs be, I'll bring proof, also bring a witness, and we can even ask for the footage from the police station.
Aku leswi la ku swi vulavula ntsena hi ku sweswi a swi vulavulaka a hi ntiyiso loko ku ri ku ri huvo leyiwani yi lava ku mina ni ta na vumbhoni eka mhaka yona yaleyo ni nga endla tano ni tlhela ni ta na mbhoni hi tlhela hi kombela na nkandziyiso wa tikhamera kwele ta le xitokisini.
And further that, pursuant to your testimony yesterday, she further instructed us that in that conversation, you were persuading her and you advised her to plead guilty on this matter and abandon the current proceedings.
Kase alatfato ka sona a khawane le tsetsa o khupela di bay
Ga se nnete se ma worship ke sa boele tsa gape ke re a na le bohlatse a botlise pele ga gore tsheko ke tla tse bohlatse jwa ka mo ke hlakane go le yena. Okay mo ke hlakane go le yena ka kwa tsile o bi a re ka gare ke le ka ntle ke ga ke bola ke re tla gopela footage. It
is not true what she's saying, Your Worship. Like I indicated, if she has proof, she can provide that proof. I will also bring proof of our meeting, me and her, at the cells. She was inside the cell, I was outside. I will also bring a witness because I went with the witness to the cells, and we can also have sight of the video footage.
Your Worship, with permission of court, may I approach both accused 1 and 2 to figure out if there's any further instructions with regard to this witness? Your Worship, I've got no further questions for this witness.
Thank you.
Mr. Court, please. It's your worship. Mr. Court, please.
Se a hlamusela mhaka ku wena kahle kahle ute loko hlangana na yena ivi u kumbexana u loko vulavurisana na yena u byela muhehliwa wo sungula ku ri wena lexi nga ta pfuna wena wo ti vona nandzu u hambana na timhaka leto wena u endla xikombelo xexo xa beyili ivi se loko a ti hlamulela a ku sweswo a swi vulavula ku a hi ntiyiso hi ku me ni hlangani na yena kwale xitokisini a ri ndzeni ni ri handle loko ku ri ku laveka vumbhoni ni nga kombela ku ri vumbhoni byebyo loko ku ri ku ri va byi kombela ni nga byi tisa mahlweni ka huvo kandziso walowo nga tisiwa mahlweni ka huvo ni tlhela ni tisa na yona mbhoni kumbexana hi tlhe hi swi vona ku hi mpelampela ku humelele yini xikarhi ka mina na yena.
Any re-examination state?
None, Your Worship.
Now, Rasana, Putisho, and Putisha, Putisho, the Karabote, we feel going to Shakira Mola, Wawatra,
Ebi se lawyer na kumberana twethara ba hihliwa na yena mchichisi va ku a va ha ri na swivutiso leswi va lava ku vutisa ku yena Mr. Tobejane.
Thank you, Detective Tobejane. You may now be excused. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, I would like to call Colonel Makua to the witness stand.
You may stand up, Colonel. Your full name is Colonel? Colonel, are you going to speak in Spanish?
English.
You'll speak in English. Thank you. Colonel, do you have any objection in taking a prescribed oath?
No.
Will you take the prescribed oath to be binding at your conscience?
That's correct.
You may raise your right hand and swear so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Colonel, you may testify while standing there, and if you feel you are tired of standing, there's a chair behind you. You can just sit there, bend your microphone, and continue testifying. Thank you. State.
Thank you, Your Worship. Colonel, I'm going to ask you to kindly amplify your voice as you answer the questions that I'll pose to you. Colonel, can we kindly proceed?
Lava nga yima mahlweni ka huvo i Colonel Makua abo hlambanye mahlweni ka huvo ku ri leswi ni nga ta swi vulavula mahlweni ka huvo i ta va ntiyiso ntsena se muchuchisi a ku va vulavulela a henhla kumbe va yisa rito ra vona a henhla.
Accused persons before court are Charlotte Nonyane, that is accused number 1. Accused number 2 is that's Charlotte Tibana, as per the charge sheet. And then accused number 2 is Peter Nonyane. They're bringing their respective applications to be released on bail. In their affidavits, they mentioned that the state's case against them is weak. Please tell the court about the strength of the state's case against accused number 2. Let us start with accused number 2.
Thank you, Worship. I thought I would start by doing an introduction as to who I am, where I'm coming from. so that it get unpacked accordingly.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that is the best.
Thank you, Your Worship. It is already on record that you are a colonel, and where are you employed?
The state allow him to unpack and then you can feed him.
Thank you, Your Worship. Please proceed, Colonel. I'm sorry for the velocity, Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. I hold the rank of a colonel in the South African Police Service. This is attached to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, based at Polokwane as per my workstation. And fortunately, I've been requested to come and assist with the audit investigation, which is the municipal cases currently based at Polokwane. During the incident that brings us today, I was the team leader within the Serious Commercial Crime Investigation based at the same office where I'm sitting today in Polokwane. What happens is the case came to us, specifically myself, reported by my client, whereby an affidavit was obtained. I had a team of about 8 members per se, and that's where we started the investigation. In relation to the
se loko ba ku bala ku sungula na ku va vutisa swivutiso ka va sunguthithi swi sungule mhaka ku eka nandzu loyiwani va hehliwa i Charlotte Tibana and then ku va na yena Peter Nonyane a ku va yimi mahlweni ka huvo va yila ku endla xikombelo xa ku vona va fane va chichiwa hi bail va hlamusela timhaka ta ku eka affidavit ta vona loko ku ri vumbhoni bya mfumo a byi tiyangi se yena colonel kumbe colonel aku a hi sunguleni hi ku ni ti tivisa ku hi mina mani hi mina colonel Tibana Makuwa ni tirha le ka xiphorisa kumbe emaphoriseni hi endla vulavisisi ni tirhela kona kwala a Polokwane aku mina ni vini vekiwa a ku tirha kumbe ku tirhana na ti-case leti ti fambelanaka na swilo swa le ka masipala kambe ka nandzu loyiwani ni vini vekiwa ku hi mina nkulukumba wa wona kumbe hi mina murhangeri eka nandzu loyiwani ene xin'wana hi tirhana na milandzu leya yikulu swinene a va hlahlamusela ku ri yena mupoti wa nandzu u vi a ta ka mina a ta ripota nandzu loyiwani va ri a ku endliwi kumbe a ku tsariwe papila ra ku kota ku kota nandzu loyiwani a ku hi tirha ka nandzu loyiwani hi riva eyiti.
Please proceed, Colonel. Can we get to the facts, or do you still want to?
It's okay. We can go to
introduce yourself further.
I would say I've been in the police for about since 2002. I took a break, 2017, joining corporate. I was a senior forensic investigator at Vodacom, which I worked there for 3 years. And since then I was dealing with the commercial crimes, theft, fraud, maladministration, and money laundering, any cases relating to commercial crimes. So moving from commercial back to corruption, yes. Coming to the issue that or the point that you raised in relation to the how strong is the case in relation to a strong case against not only accused number 2 but both accused, to the fact that there is some transfers that were made out of one account of Ms. Marsha to vulnerable Mercedes-Benz.
Loko swi ta ka ku ni na malembe mangani ni kha ni tirha khale ni kha ni tirha ku sukusela hi lembe ra 2002 ku fikisela hi 2017 loko mina ni ta tikuma ni ya kwele a Vodacom ni ya tirha Vodacom kambe ni vi ni tlhe ni vuyela ndzhaku ni ta kwala ni ta tirha xiphoriseni a ni tirha na milandzu kumbexana ni tirha na milandzu ya vukungundzwani ya ku yiva milandzu ya manyala milandzu yaliya yo hlantswa timali to kumeka hi ndlela yo ka yi nga ri yona. Loko se hi ta ka ku nghena ka timhaka kumbe loko hi nghena ka mhaka nkulu ya lava mbirhi loko swi ta ka vumbhoni bya mfumo kumbe vaxisi i vumbhoni lebyi ya swinene loko hi ta ka timhaka ngopfungopfu hi ta ka mhaka leyi ku yi fambisiwa ka nandzu loyiwani lowu a ma ku lavaka Masha kumbe lowu hlanganisaka na lava ka maxa.
Right. What is the strength of the state's case against accused number 2?
Yes,
Or
like
would you like us to start with number 1 and go to number 2 at a later stage?
either way.
Let us start with accused number 2. What is the strength of the state's case against accused number 2?
Yeah, like I said, that the state has got a strong case against number 2, to the fact that we were approached by one client who came to our office to come and lay a criminal case against the accused number 2.
Bakubumboni byi kufika kwihi loko swi ta ka yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi a ku vumbhoni byi swinene hi ku yena mpoti wa nandzu u teka hina a ta pfula nandzu a tiofisini ta hina.
What happens is the complaint was in relation to the pages of Mercedes-Benz at Vulnerable in Pretoria.
Xirilo xa yena kumbexani a swi fambisana na mhaka yo ku vi ku xaviwa movha le a Mercedes-Benz a Vulnerable.
That's where we started our investigation. There's the alleged motor vehicle that was about to be purchased. I have the details as I was provided by the client. It was Mercedes-Benz AMG G63 to the value of 1,679,990.00.
Ako yena mupoti wa nandzu uvi ata vapfuli nandzu walowo se va hi hlamusela ku ri a ku lava ku xaviwa movha leyi nge i Mercedes-Benz ya AMG G63 va ku a yi endla 1,679,099 rands.
What happens is, upon receiving that affidavit, we followed that information and only to find that accused number 2, he was the one, or he was the applicant for that particular motor vehicle.
Ako bi hi samahlweni na ku endla vulavisisi ivi hi kuma timhaka ta ku muhehliwa wo sungula hi yena munhu loyi a nga endla xikombelo loko swi ta ka ku xava movha yona yaleyo.
Sorry, Colonel, did you say accused 1 or accused 2 was the applicant?
Ivi ako mi te muhehliwa wa vumbirhi.
Accused number 2 was the applicant to
the said motor vehicle.
The said motor vehicle actually was the purchaser.
The purchaser, yes. Though the money was coming from the estate of Miss Marsha or late the Marsha families.
Ivi ako munhu loyi a nga endla xikombelo xa ku xava kumbe muxavi wa movha a ku ri yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi hambi ku ri mali yaleyo yo xava movha yena yaleyo a yi huma ka ndyangu wa ka Marsha lava va nga lahleriwa hi wun'wana wa ndyangu wa ka vona.
Proceed.
What happens is the 2 accused, including accused number 2, they went to Mercedes-Benz in Vulnerable in purchasing of that motor vehicle, and they were assisted by one salesperson, Jackie.
Bakuleswi nga humelela eku vumbirhi bya vahehliwa va vi va suka va ya kwele a Pitori a Vulnerable va ku va xava movha yona yaleyo va vi va pfuniwa wun'wani le a Mercedes-Benz va nge hi yena Jackie.
Accused number 2, he played a vital role in the sense that he was the one who was doing the application, and he was the one who was leading accused number 2 in purchasing that vehicle.
Va ku yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi hi yena a nga endla swo tala hi ku hi yena a nga tata maphepha a ku endla xikombelo xa ku xava movha yona yaleyo hi yena loyi a rhangerile muhehliwa wa vumbirhi.
They came to the...
Please, there's something. That's correct, Your Worship. I picked it up. You said accused number 2 was the one leading accused number 2 to purchase that vehicle. Can you clarify that?
What I'm trying to say, accused number 2 was the one who was doing the negotiations, though the money was coming from accused number 1 through the estate.
Okay. Baku leswi ni ringeta ku swi hlamusela eku loko ku ri muhehliwa wo sungula hi yena a endla timhaka ta ku a vulavurisana na vona na hambi ku ri mali leyi a yi huma ka muhehliwa wo sungula yi huma ka ndyangu wa vafi.
Please proceed.
The negotiations went further as far as whereby the price was also being negotiated up until they reached a conclusion that the motor vehicle will be sold at 1,650,000.00.
Baku uvi a endla lesweswo a vulavurisana na vona a va kha va khongela kwalaya va kombela ku ri movha yaleyo yi xavisiwa ku ri yi xavisiwa hi ntsengo wa le hansi ku fikisela lava nga twanana ku ri i swilungheni mi ta yi xava hi 1,650,000 rands.
Who negotiated the discount? Is it both of them or is it accused number 2? according to your
the two,
investigations?
they were at the dealer. Hence, I've indicated that accused number 2, he was the one who was doing the negotiations.
Baku vumbirhi bya vona a va ri kwele ku xavisiwa ku kona timovha ni swi hlamuserini ku ri loyi a vulavula kumbe loyi a rhangerini hi yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi.
Up until they reach the price of 165,000.00.
Ku fikisela va ta kota ku twanana ku ri ntsengo loyi ta yisiwa hansi wu va yona 1,650,000 rands.
Please proceed. We're
Both
still on the
accused.
strength of. Okay, you can proceed
Yes,
from there.
both accused, including accused number 2, they were informed that when purchasing a motor vehicle, especially in those type of dealers, it's not something like you buy like a bread, whereby you can just pop the money and then you get whatever you want. There's certain documents that were required to process in terms of figure, information, and all that.
Vakuvumbirhi bya vona laya va vi va byeriwa ku ri loko mi xava xilo xo fana na xexo xi nga movha wo fana na loyiwani a swi fani na loko mi ya laya mi ya xava xinkwa mi va nyika mali va mi nyika xinkwa ka ku na swilo swo tala leswi fanele ku swi endliwa ku nga si za ku fikeleriwa ka timhaka ta ku mi kuma movha walowo mi wu lavaka.
Can you
Yes,
proceed? Can
that information was related to the 2 accused, including accused number 2, on the 20th of 10th month 2024.
Baku sweswo swi va vumbirhi bya vona va va byela timhaka to teto va va byeli tona hi ti 20 ta October 2024
Deal was settled.
and then se va timhaka ti va ti hetiwile.
On the 29th of October 2024, 100,000 was transferred to Mercedes-Benz home Pretoria from the estate of the Marshal's family.
Hi ti 29 ta October 2024 ku vi ku yisiwa mali yo ringana 100,000 rand yi depositiwa kumbe yi yisiwa ka le Mercedes-Benz yi huma ka account kumbe ka rifa ra Masha.
I take you back a bit, Captain. You said the deal was sealed on the 20th. 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoship. Was it when the negotiations for the prices were finalized?
That's correct.
The 20th.
Yes.
Se a ku hi ti 20 tona teto se a va hetini ku vulavula hi.
The next day, on the 30th, another transfer was made of 165,000.00. 1.650,000, yes, was transferred from the same account of Marshal's family to Mercedes-Benz.
Baku siku ra ku landzela ri nga ti 30 ta October 2024 va vi va transfera mali yo ringana 1,650,000 rand yi kha yi huma ka rifa ra ka Masha.
Now, can you kindly clarify? You said about the 20th, the discount was finalized at 1,650,000 rands. I mean, the purchase price of the vehicle.
That's correct.
Then, on subsequent dates, then 1,750,000 rands in total. I don't want to split the transactions. Is then paid.
Yes.
What did investigations reveal as the rationale behind these overpayments?
Accused number 2 made a call to the salesperson to say that she erroneously made a mistake in respect of 100,000, which made an extra to the value of the vehicle. He requested that 100,000 be transferred to accused number 2.
Okay. Okay,
Your Worship, before the interpreter can be engaged in the interpretation to that, you said accused number 2 made an
accused number 1.
Accused number 1 made an overpayment.
Yes.
And then contacted Mercedes-Benz.
Yes.
That the amount in excess of the purchase price of the vehicle be paid to accused number 2. Is that so?
That's correct.
se ivi a hlamusela timhaka ta ko loko ni langutini laniwani timali letiwani ti nga transferiwa ti fika ka 1,750,000 rand kube movha liya u te i 1,650,000 rands se swi ta njhani hi kombela ku hi hlamusela swona hi kota ku swi twisisa kahle se a ku muhehliwa wo sungula u vi a va fowunela leni a va byela ku ri ni endli xihoxo ni hoxa 100,000 yaleyo yi hundza ntsengo wa movha leyi nga twanana hi yona se a ni kombela ku 100,000 yaleyo ni yi vuyisa ndzhaku.
Taking you back again to the question that you posed to say that do we have a strong case against the accused? I would say yes, we've got a watertight case against the accused because he was the one who was playing a big role in purchasing this vehicle, and he knew it that the wife would have not have that particular money in their bank account.
Baku loko ni ta ka timhaka ta ku mumbhoni a henhleni ka lava mbirhi byi tiyi ku fika kwihi na ntanda ku hlamula hi le ra ku byi tiyi swinene hi mhaka ku loko ku ri muhehliwa wa vumbirhi hi yena loyi a teka goza kumbe lena a endla swo tala eka ku xaveni ka movha leyiwani a kha swi tiva kahle ku ri vumbirhi bya vona va nge vi na mali yo fana na leyo a tibangini ta vona.
That's where we started our investigation with inquiry 1 of 11/2024, and then we zoomed into the accounts that were provided by Mercedes-Benz attached to the affidavit. Worship, I'm in possession of the application that I've indicated. If the court would allow to tender it as exhibit, the court will advise on that. But I do have the application document which was signed by both accused number 2 and accused number 1, dated the 20th October 2024.
Your Worship, the state intends handing such documents as exhibits, but not at this stage, Your Worship. I'll share with him first, then we can hand them at a later stage, as the court pleases.
The state and the defense will interact with you, and then the process will then take ground.
As the court pleases.
Worship, I want to rectify something in relation to the date. The 20th, as you wanted to clarify that, not necessarily 20th, but 28, as I'm looking at the documents. It's the 28th.
Is it
28th of October, 2024.
of October?
October
Oh,
2024.
2024.
thank you, Worship. Then that is when the 28th is the date on which the contract
The
or
deal.
the deal. What do you refer to by the deal, Kenneth?
Negotiations, market value price bringing down to 1.650.
Was concluded on the 28th of
That's
October.
correct.
And the 29th is when
The transfer.
the first transfer was made.
Transfer was made, followed by another one on the 30th.
And the first transfer was how much on the 29th?
I want to check on my on the exact proof of payment, other than my.
It's okay. We
Notes.
can come to that question at a later stage, Kenneth.
Worship, I see here. I'm not too sure what happened to my notes, but I see here the proof of payment. It reflects as 28 of 10, 2024.
At how much?
Of 100,000, and another one same 28 of 10, 2024.
So
Meaning
let's,
that the same amount were transferred on the date of the deal was negotiated.
so court pleases. Let's proceed. Now, you mentioned or you testified that accused number 2 was to be refunded the amount of 100,000.
That's correct.
Into which account?
To different account. Unfortunately, we tried to secure that account. We couldn't able to. But there was that a telephone call that was made by accused number 2 to the salesperson.
Was this amount going to be refunded to the estate account?
I wouldn't be sure, but hence the instruction was given that money be transferred to accused number 2's bank account.
Okay, let's get it clear.
Just a moment. I see Mr. Maluleke.
Your Worship, it's not really an objection. I'm losing him. I just wanted to verify with certainty, because at first he said it was accused 1 that called the salesperson for refund, and now I'm hearing something. I just want to be sure Is it now accused number 2 who made the phone call, just for the notes that we are keeping?
Thank you. Kenneth, just be slow as you're explaining. You want clarity as to who phoned for the overpayment to be paid to who.
The person who made the call, it was accused number 1.
And the call was about?
The transfer of the 100,000 to accused number 2.
And then ahlamusela timhaka ta ku ni lava ku lunghisa swin'wana laniwani kahle kahle timhaka letiwani mali leyiwani ya 100,000 leyi nga nghenisiwa kambirhi yi nghenisiwe hi ti 28 ta October hi ti 28 ta October 2024 ivi se aku loyi a nga fona a kombela ku ri mali yaleyo yi cheriwa ka account ya yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi i muhehliwa wo sungula a kombela ku yi cheriwa ka account ya muhehliwa wa vumbirhi se va ku account yaleyo i account ya vadziva ndzhaka na aku a na ntiyiso na sweswo lexi ni xi tivaku i ku va te yi nghenisiwa ka account ya yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi.
Now, Kennel, did accused number 2 know that this money, we're still on the strength of the state's case, did he know that this money is derived from a deceased estate?
That one I would not dwell on it, but having a partner, not just a partner but a wife, I assume you'd know how much is having in this or her bank account, because we are being recorded as one thing. We share all the things that we are doing.
Ebe baku harika yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi loko hi ta ka mhaka ku vumbhoni bya hina byi tiyi ku fika kwihi u nga ku muhehliwa wa vumbirhi a swi tiva ku ri timali letiwani i timali ta vafuna a ku a ni na ntiyiso wa swona mara lexi ni xi tivaku i ku vanhu lava i vanhu lava tshamaka swin'we a ngo vanhu vanyane na mfana vo rhandzana i nuna na nsati ni twisisa ku ri i xilo xin'we va tivelana ku ri mani u na mali muni a bangini ya yena kumbe swa timali ta yena swi famba njhani.
On the proof of payments, Kennel, what are the references there? In what references were these payments made for them to be allocated to accused 1 and 2 by Mercedes-Benz?
The first one, which I mentioned, of 100,000, that was made on the 28th. The reference was saying Peter Nonyane.
Baku leyo sungula leyi nga hlamusela ni nge te yi hakeriwe hi ti 28 October a yi tsali ku Peter Nonyane.
Yes, and the second one, it was the reference. It's MEC, MERCE.
Baku leyi ya vumbirhi yi tsali ku yena MEC.
And it is your testimony that accused number 1 informed Mercedes-Benz that he made an erroneous entry or erroneous payment into the Mercedes-Benz account. Actually, that money came from the deceased estate but was meant for accused number 2 because it has to be refunded to him. Do I understand you correctly?
Ako ni ku twisisi kahle loko u ku ri kumbe ako i ntiyiso ku ri muhehliwa wo sungula u te mali leyi nga hakeriwa mali leyi
Colonel,
so
please proceed.
Yeah, hence I indicated that's how we started our investigation. Without wasting any time, I approached the Master of High Court in relation to that particular file.
Ibe ako se sungula ku endla vulavisisi bya hina ni andzangi ni onha na nkarhi ni vini ya kwele a Master of High Court ku ri ta kota ku kuma tifayili.
We used our investigation techniques, which I'm not at liberty to disclose at this court, to zoom into those accounts to check as to what is happening. And that's how then we detected that there is 1.1 million that was coming from another estate that was transferred to Masha's estate before the transfer was made to Mercedes-Benz.
Ako se sungula na vulavisisi bya hina hi sungula ku lavisisa loko hi languta tifayili tona teto ni nga ta ka ni nga swi hlamuseli mahlweni ka huku ku ri loko hi endla vulavisisi bya hina hi endla yini kambe loko hi kha hi lavisisa kwalaya hi kuma ku ku na mali leyi nga transferiwa yi kha hi huma ka n'winyi wa yona wa ya mufu va ka ndyangu wa kona i wa ka Masha va ri mali ya kona a yi ri 1,100,000 rands.
Approaching the High Court, we requested the two files in respect of those estates. And then we picked up that another file, it was for Matawata's family.
Bakuloko ikai ya kwele High Court hebi lava kuma ti file timbirhi len'wana hebi kuma ku ya ka ndyangu wa ka Matawata.
And then proceed.
That's how we detected that the money has been stolen from the estate in the purchase of a motor vehicle. Hence, we say today that the state has got strong case against accused number 2, including accused number 1, because they did not, or they were not entitled for that money.
Baku say hivi ya kuma ku kuna mali leyi nga yiviwa ya mindyangu leyi mimbirhi leyi nga loveriwa hi vanhu va vona ku tekiwe mali ya vafi ya ndhaka se ivi se hi kota ku sungula ku endla vulavisisi na ku lava mbirhi hi kuma ku a va nga fanelangi kumbe a va pfumeleliwangi ku ri vona va nga tikuma va ri na mali yona yaleyo.
I want to put it on record to say that the accused number 2, he made a misrepresentation to Vulnerable Mercedes-Benz.
How so, Kenneth?
To say that the vehicle, he was entitled for the vehicle to be registered on his name because that money belongs to them.
Baku yena mwehliwa wa mbirhi u vi ya fika vulavula vun'wa kumbe u faneriwini hi ku xava movha yona yaliya hi ku mali yaleyo ya xava ku movha hi yona i ya yena.
Would I be correct to say I understand you correctly that you mean accused 1 and 2, or rather let's start with accused number 2. Accused number 2 gave out and pretended to Mercedes-Benz Vulnerable that she or he is entitled to take lawful ownership of the vehicle purchased with estate monies.
That's correct.
Would I be further correct to say I understand you correctly that accused number 2 had that particular money at Vulnerable using the estate monies?
That's
is it what you mean?
Baku mtavani vulavula wa vumbirhi u fikini a fika le a Vulnerable a khate endlisa na ku hemba a fika a va byela ku ri yena mali leyi a nga yi khoma yo xava movha leyiwani i mali ya yena u pfumeleriwini ku ri yena a nga tikuma a xava movha yona yaleyo se a ku ni ta va ni vulavula na ntiyiso ku ri yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi loko a hetini ku xava movha yaleyo hi mali ya vafi swi vula ku yena a ta va a pfumeleriwini ku ri movha yaleyo yi va yi ri ya yena.
I interrupted you with those clarity questions. Do you want to proceed on that?
Yeah, Worship, I would want to bring something again to say that after the transfer of the money, and then it was the issue of collecting or delivering of the vehicle, which could not happen based on the fact that the salesperson requested further information from accused number 2 and accused number 1 in terms of figure information, because they've detected that money was coming from the estate of Masha. So the crux or the best evidence or the documents that was required was the power of attorney from the beneficiaries, which the 2 accused failed to produce.
Aku se xin'wana lexi a ni lava ku tata hi xona i mhaka ya ku lava mbirhi lava swi kanganyisa loko ti fika ka mhaka ya ku se a ku ri nkarhi luya wa ku vona va yimeli ku movha leyi va yi landa kumbe yi tisiwa eka vona kambe a swi kotangi ku humelela hi mhaka ku vanhu lavaya vo tirha le ka Mercedes-Benz va vi va ku na leswi va swi lavaku ku na swin'wana leswi va swi lavaku swi humaku ka vahehliwa lavambirhi va fanele va nyika swona swo fana na ku hi ka ndzhaku ka loko vanhu lava vo tirha ka Mercedes-Benz va ta lemuka ku ri mali leyi yi huma ka ndyangu wa ka Masha lava nga loveriwa se va ku va lava phepha ro kombisa ku ri ba pfumeleriwini lavambirhi ku ri va nga tirhisa mali leyiwani ya vafi.
By the way, Colonel, before we move, accused number 1 is alleged in the charge sheet by the state to be an attorney. Can you confirm that?
I understand so.
Now, the files, as you requested them from you said the Master of the High Court.
Correct.
Were files, if I may ask you, were those files dealt with or estates administered by accused number 1?
That's correct.
Ba ku xisungula u ta tsundzuka ku mehliwa wo sungula i loyara ku pfumela na swona ba ku ti-file leti a mi nga ti kuma kwele a Master of High Court i ti-file leti a ti tirhiwa hi yena mehliwa wo sungula na ba ku ntiyiso.
I managed to retrieve one file from the Master, which was for Masha's families, and I went through the file, checking who were the beneficiaries. I managed to pick up the deceased wife ID number. I profiled that ID number. Then I got the contact numbers.
Ivi aku loko ni ri kwele eka Master of High Court ni vi ni kuma file yin'we leyi ni nga kha ni yi languta ni kha ni yi pendla file liya a yi ri ya ka Masha ivi ni kuma ku mudyandzhaka wa file yona yaleyo i nsati wa mufi ivi ni kuma ku ri ku na tinomboro ta yena ta pasi loko tinomboro leti ta yena ta pasi ni ti tsalatsala laha hansi ni vi ni kuma tinomboro ta yena ta foni ku ni kota ku n'wi fonela se ni n'wi fonela.
Kenan, I wouldn't like to interrupt you much. Are we still on the strength of the state's case?
That's correct. And laying the foundation as to how we started the investigation as I unpack it.
Let's unpack it intrinsically and let's proceed.
Well, in respect of Matabata's file, it was nowhere to be found at that particular time, but they were promised that they will search for the file, which indeed at the later stage it was handed to me. So upon profiling the wife of the late, I managed to get hold of Miss Masha. Then I telephonically contacted her, introduced myself and the reason for my call.
Say ako lo ni tlheni isa mahlweni ni ku lava file yin'wanyani a lava file ya ka Mathabata kambe ka nkarhi wona walowo va ni byele ku ri a yi kona kambe yi laviwa ndzani va za va yi kuma va nyika yona se ka ndyangu lowa ka Masha ni vi ni kuma tifoni number ta yena nsati wa mufu ni vi ni n'wi fonela ni n'wi hlamusela ku hi mina nga kumbe ku ti tivisa.
Yes, then I asked her as to about if he knows about the estate. Then he confirmed knowing the estate. He confirmed knowing as the court places, she confirmed knowing accused number 1, Charlotte, to say that is the administrator for that particular estate. Then I asked if she did give the authorization or a consent in the purchase of the said motor vehicle, and then she denied knowing of such. And what she said to me that, Colonel, I'm still waiting for the money. I don't know what is happening. I'm in the dark as to the money of my husband that I'm entitled. It's being used to purchase the motor vehicle.
Ebe se ni mfonela loko mfonela ni ngibutisa ku ri loko ri n'wi wo sungula n'wi tiva na ku nga yena Charlotte ni hlamusela ku yena Charlotte a ku ri tiva kahle ivi ni ngibutisa ku ri yena a nga khoma file ya n'wina na ku a tirha na ku na file ya n'wina na ivi a ku yena ivi se a ni tlhela ka yena ni ku ku na leswi swi tivaka na hi ku xaviwa ka movha ya yona Mercedes Benz ivi a ku a ni tivi nchumu ivi a ku n'wi nyiki mpfumelelo na wa ku a tirhisa mali ya wena ku xava movha yona leyo na a ku a ni zangi ni n'wi nyika na mpfumelelo wa ku endla swilo sweswo na namuntlha mina a ni tivi nchumu ku humeleli yini hi timali ta nuna wa mina na ha ti yimerini na namuntlha na no va xinyamini.
On the same breath, I instructed 2 of my officers, which is Captain Lombat and Captain Joubert, to go quickly obtain the statement from that lady. And they went, and the statement was obtained, I think it was overnight, around past 8 in the evening.
ABC kusuka kwalano ni ku hi xihatla ni byela vatirhakuloni na mina Captain Lombat na Joubert ni ku tsutsumani mi ya ka mkhegulu lava ya.
I'm sorry, may we kindly adjourn for tea? May the court kindly adjourn for tea? I see it's 11 o'clock.
Colonel, we will adjourn for tea and then you continue with your evidence at 5:30. Thank you. This part shall I just come along?
Even this one,
We're still friends.
As the court pleases, the state is recalling case number F473, state versus case number F473, state versus Charlotte Tibana and Peter Nonyane. Your Worship, the matter was adjourned for tea, and Your Worship, may the Honorable Court forgive us for that disturbance. We requested that the aircon be made on, be switched on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Colonel Mapua,
Yes,
you
Your Worship.
warned that you are still under oath. State, you may now proceed with your evidence.
Thank you, Your Worship. Colonel, kindly proceed.
If you can just take me back as to what was my last testimony. Can't remember.
You were at
You said the deceased wife, I phoned the deceased wife who confirmed that accused number one was indeed appointed as the executor of the estate, and that she was still waiting for the proceeds of the estate money, and she never authorized accused number one to use her money.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let's proceed, Colonel.
Yes. I also indicated to say that I requested two of my members, as I mentioned, the two captains, to go and obtain the statement, and they did obtain that statement. Upon receiving that statement, is that statement that made me to engage Mercedes-Benz Vulnerable in Pretoria to hold on the money.
Napile bari colonel her baku colonel loku yima la ya ayimi loku se kula wakati makata kumite mi mfumela satu wa mofi ibi amitswela timakate tota kuyena angasake aphumelela munhu ku ashava movha naku yena wa yimeli timali ta yena ta ndzhaka ya mufu wa yena ebise aku ku heta ku twa mahungu na lawo ni vi ni rhumela vatirhikulori va mina vambirhi ku ri a va fambi va ya endla xitatimende xa kumbe va kuma xitatimende kumbe mbhoni kusuka eka yena nsati wa mufu loko va vuya na xona hi leswi swi nga ni endlaku mina ni kota ku vulavisisana na vanhu va le Mercedes-Benz ku ri khoma ni mali yaleyo.
Please proceed.
It came to my attention that the two accused, including accused number two, they visited again the dealer.
Evin tentilisiwa ku ri vumbirhi bya va hehliwa va vi va tlhelela leni eku xavisiwa kona timovha.
When was that? Or is it post or prior? The deal was sealed on the 28th of October 2024.
Was post.
Proceed.
After the deal was sealed.
Baku va vi va tlhelela leni eku xavisiwa kona timovha andzhaku ka loko se va vi va fike va vi va twanana hi timhaka ta ku xaviselana movha.
Since the dealer couldn't release the vehicle, and the two went, and upon their arrival, they engaged with the mentioned salesperson, and the salesperson explained the processes and the reason why they cannot release the vehicle to them.
Se vumbirhi bya lavawani va ve va famba va ya kwele ku xavisiwa kona timovha kumbe kule ka Mercedes-Benz loko va fika leni va kuma munhu yena loyi a xavisaka movha a fika va hlamusela ku ri hikwalaho ka yini a ta ka ni nga swi koti ku chucha movha lowuwani kumbe kona ku n'wi nyika movha loyiwani sweswi.
And during the discussion, accused number two was demanding that the money be refunded, all the funds that were transferred to Vodacom, since they cannot release the vehicle.
Loko va kha va vulavisana hi ndlela yena yaleyo loko ri n'wehliwa wa mbirhi yena u vuya se a ku yena u kombela ku kumbe a sindzisa ku ri a nyikiwa mali yona yaleyo hinkwayo leyi yi nga nyikiwa kumbe yi nga hakeriwa eka tiakhawunti ta kwele a Vodacom.
Was that visit post or prior the investigations were incepted?
Can you just...
Was the visit by both accused demanding the refund from Mercedes-Benz von der Boom before or after the inception of the investigations in this case?
The inquiry was already up and running during the time.
Loko va ya le ka Mercedes-Benz va lava mali ya vona andzhaku loko ku ri vulavisisi se a byi kha byi endliwa.
There was some sort of exchange of weights which were coming from accused number 2, which were not comfortable to the salesperson.
Ku vi na ku cincana ka marito ya kona man'wani a vulavuriwa hi yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi la a ri marito a nga kahle a khayisiwa ka yena muxavisi wa timovha.
The information that we got, it was some sort of like a threat to the salesperson. Hence, the accused number 2 was carrying a firearm.
Bako le vumbhoni lebyi nga byi kuma kumbe leswi hi nga byeriwa swona ku a ku ri na ku chaviseta ku chaviseteriwa yena muxavisi wa timovha and xin'wana kambe loko ri muhehliwa wa vumbirhi a ri na xibamu a tika yena.
It should come to the court's attention that we as people, we differ. When somebody talks to me as a police official carrying a firearm, posing a threat, to me it means nothing. But if somebody talks to an ordinary person carrying a firearm, it means a lot. And I can say to this court that that particular sales agent was threatened in a way that he was intending to resign from the employment based on their conduct.
Bako hubo uta swihleketa ku ri a hi fani loko munhu o humelela a ka mina sweswiwani a khomi xibamu a ri na xibamu emirini wa yena ivi a vulavula marito o ni chavisetela ka mina ni ri phorisa a hi nchumu kambe loko o ya ka munhu ntsena loko munhu luya a languta munhu luya a ri na xibamu emirini wa yena ivi a vulavula marito yalawo chavisetela ka yena swi vula swikulu kumbe swo tala u ta kuma ku munhu luya u ta va a chuhi swinene leswi nga endla na munhu luya wo xavisa timovha a swi n'wi chuhisi swinene leswi nga fikelela le a nga fikelela na ka timhaka ta ku yena u lava ku tshika ntirho.
Colonel, before we move on, in order to exhaust this issue, I need to clarify this. I need to ask a clarity-seeking question. Were these threats of violence or threats of what? I mean, what kind of threats are these? Were these?
I need a vehicle. If you don't release the vehicle, I need my money. It came as a demand.
Bako loko a va chaviseta entswini leswi a nga swi vulavulaka kahle swi komba ku yena a kha va chaviseta marito ya kona a ku vite u te ni lava movha kumbe loko mi nga ni nyiki emovha mi nyika mali ya mina endzhaku and swi komba ku munhu loyiwani a va sindzisa.
So what happened to that witness at the time?
Like as I've indicated that there was in that allegation to say that she intended to resign because she can't take those pressures from the clients.
Bako se ku humelela yini hi munhu luya wo xavisa timovha va a ku leswi ni swi hlamuserile loko munhu luya se vile a tiyimiserile na ku yena u lava ku tshika ntirho hi ku a nga ha koti ku kondzelela leswi lava mbirhi a va n'wi endla swona.
Like I said, that we as humans, we differ. Somebody, when you pose a threat to somebody like carrying a firearm, it will mean a lot. But when you talk to other people, they will take it as like nothing.
Iseni swihlamuserile ku ri vanhu ha hambana ku na lava loko munhu a vulavula na yena u khomi xibamu a nga twa a n'wi chavisi swinene a hlangahlanganana van'wani loko u vulavula na yena u kha n'wi chavisetela u swi khomile a ngo swi tekela hansi.
I was liaising with their legal representative of Mercedes-Benz Vulnerable. And I believe the two accused were given my email address. And on the 7th of November, I was away from Polokwane doing other...
Which year is that, Colonel?
2024.
Thank you. You were away with work? Proceed,
yes,
please.
Doing some operation somewhere whereby I would leave my laptop at the hotel and then come back later. When I arrived in the evening at the hotel, when I opened my laptop, I picked up 2 emails coming from Charlotte Tibana's attorneys from Gmail account.
ibise a hlamusela timhaka ta ku mina a ni tirhisana na magqwetha a le ka Mercedes Benz. Xin'wana xa kona lavawani kumbe mahihliwa va na ti-email address ta mina. Se hi ti 7 ta November 2024 a ni nga kona ni kha ni tirhela handle ni tirha switirho swa mina. Laptop ya mina a ni siya la ni nga kona. Loko ni vuya ni vi ni kuma mileriso kumbe tona ti-email timbirhi to humaku ka yena Charlotte Tibana.
The first email that came in, it was 10:32 in the morning with a reference MAT3557, and it reads, "Good day, is regarding the above matter," referring to the reference number. Contact me to 064-514-007 as a matter of urgency, please.
Ebe aku email leyi nga yi kuma yo sungula hi ti 7 ta November 2024 a ku ri yona 10:32 nampundzu yi ku avuxeni, and then yi ku ni vulavula timhaka letiwani mayelana na nandzu luya wa le henhla va vula nomboro ya kona leyi a nga yi tsalatsala laya kumbe ya 5 nomboro ya nandzu wa kona wu nga MAT3557. a ku ni kombela ku u fowunela tinomboro letiwani ti nga tsariwa kona kwalan'wani to hetelela hi 4007 i mhaka ya xihatla.
Your Worship, may I kindly retrieve those documents to send my colleague to make copies, and then he'll be busy testifying on other issues.
Yes. Colonel, I think they needed copies of those documents that you have.
I think he does have extra copies.
You have extra copies, or you just have?
Yeah, I do have extra copies.
Okay.
Yeah, may they be shared.
Supply them with the extra copies.
Yeah, but what happens is the emails were saved to my phone.
Are you prepared to give them extra copies? Okay. You can proceed.
I made a provision that I print these emails. They reflect Martin Molokwane on top, as I used his laptop to print these documents. So it shouldn't be something that what is the court as to why now the advocate is appearing on the document. I only used these gadgets to print the documents.
Thank you.
Ebise akula henhla ka ti-email tona teti ni nga va nyika tona va nga hlamali ku tsariwe Martin Molokwane mhaka ku ni tirhise laptop ya yena ku printa the-email letiwani.
Looking at the email.
My apologies, my colleague needs to engage me on this issue. Can I kindly, with the leave of court? Your Worship, I will leave out the issue of these documents for now, so that the whole set of documents my colleague is in, the Colonel is in possession of, can be made available to my colleague and his clients. That's the request thereof. I don't have an issue with that. I can move to other issues, Your Worship.
I think you will detract the witness as he's testifying.
Yes, the court
of his evidence. The best we adjourn, you make those copies and then they proceed.
As the court pleases.
Indeed, so I confirm, Worship, I engaged them to request at least to have sight of the material that they wish to refer to.
Colonel, whichever material you have that you dispose of, which you will use as you are giving testimony, and show us again that you make copies for them and remain with the ones that you choose. For how long should we adjourn? For 10 minutes.
10 minutes, it's okay.
The court shall adjourn.
Emelang, Bogas, Emelang. Bona.
ku va na email yin'wana yi nga nghena va ku email yaleyo yi nghene hi siku rona rero a ku ri 1:06 ya xidyambu hlamusela ku ri ri perile ivi va hlamusela ku ri a ni kombela ku ri ni kuma vito ra wena ni kuma na tifoni number ta wena na ku u tirhela kwihi hi ku mhaka leyiwani i mhaka ya xihatla swinene a ni koti ku kuma vuxokoxoko bya wena hinkwabyo no kuma timhaka teti ta email address ya wena ivi laya henhla loko a hlamusela a ku timhaka leti i timhaka ta xihatlahatla ngopfu.
Colonel, at what time was this email sent?
Yeah, Worship, I want to bring it to your attention to say that these dates, they change. I'm not too sure what is happening, but I know for a fact that the first email came 10:32, but on the document that we just printed now here, the whole thing changes. I'm not too sure, but that's how it reflects on the document. So I was referring to the dates to my initial printouts that they were referring, or I indicated that they mentioned Monokwan on top.
But it's not wise that you keep the originals from which they made copies, so that you can reflect them to avoid this discredit.
Yes. I picked what the advocate is raising. I'm not too sure what is the cause or what is that caused this to change.
Your Worship,
but on my laptop, the times that I've indicated is the times that I received the emails.
Your Worship, for the sake of progress, I furnished the witness with copies that are actually furnished to the applicants, the exact copies. So what is the time as reflected on that set of emails?
Which ones?
The ones that are
handed to the defense.
Correct.
The first email, the time it reads 12:04 a.m. And the second one it says 12:04 as well.
Baku letiwani ku ya hi maphepha lava nga nyika loyara va ri ka email ya kona yi hlamusela ku ri nkarhi a ku ri 12 a ku ri 04 a ku 12:04 ka email yo sungula na ya vumbirhi i 12:04.
However, the content still read the same.
So now, the documents, emails that are furnished, the copies that are furnished to the applicants, which one, you testify that they're both on the same date, they bear the same date.
Correct.
Which one refers to the times and the contents thereof? Please place the contents on record and the time of the email, the date and time, per each. Because it's like we're starting afresh.
What are you talking about? Because it said when you print now, the times are different.
That's correct.
Which times are different?
The times as they appear on the copies in front of this witness, in possession currently of this witness.
You change the time, or the time that he had on his original.
Original, yes.
Is the original emails the one that were printed to and furnished to my colleagues, to the
It's those
applicant?
that we printed just now when we took an adjournment, which now reflects the changes of the times.
I am failing to.
Yes, but what I can bring it to the court to say that, Worship, on the 7th of November, I received 2 emails.
No, 7th of November.
November 2024.
Yeah, okay.
I received the first email. The first email, it was 10:32. The other email was 6:01. I've already indicated the content of the emails, and these are the emails that I printed. I mentioned that I used my advocate's laptop to print, hence they're reflecting his name on top. But I still have this information on my laptop as the original, as I saved them on the folder.
Se a hlamusela timhaka ta ku a ni koti ku twisisa ku ri ka ti-email letiwani leti hi nga ti printa sweswiwani loko hi yimisinyana huvo ku ri swi tinjhani ku ri minkarhi kuma ku ya hambana kambe leswi swi nga hlamuseriwa swona swa ha fana kumbe mahungu la a nga vulavuriwa ka email leyiwani a ha ri mahungu na laya kambe lexi hi hambanaku i minkarhi ku ya hi laptop ya mina leyi ni nga yi tirhisaku leyi ku ya hi email leti ti nga le ka ndzeni ka laptop ya mina ti hlamusela kahle ku ri loko ku ri email yo sungula ni yi kumi hi ni nga ku hi yona 10:32 evile ya vumbirhi ni yi kuma hi 6:01 va ku timhaka hinkwato kumbe ti-email letiwani ti vulavula swilo swo fana kambe sweswi loko hi printa ku hambana minkarhi ku ku humelela yini a ni swi tivi.
Your Worship, I rise on the point of perhaps to request, for the sake of progress in the matter, that if the witness has got different time that the email came in, how about we are provided with the copies of the original that is referring to, because what we have states completely different times, and therefore, although he has preferred an explanation, I mean, these are digital documents. Perhaps to clarify this, that's why we had invited our colleagues to furnish us with copies to seek instructions so that the matter can move forward. I see the time is now almost lunch. It will afford the state an opportunity to give us documents so that we know what we are dealing with. It's one thing for him to say it came at 6, but the emails now are saying 12. So there's a significant difference, not only on time, even on dates. And therefore, it means that what is testifying upon, we have not yet had sight of. We cannot just accept.
What I would suggest is that whichever copies which is referring to which he brought hard copies, make photocopies of those copies. If you have to print another email, let it be different, but let us have the hard copies of those copies which you give to the defense where the time will be the same.
Correct, Your Worship. Your Worship, may I also request that we proceed for these few minutes whilst we reserve the issue of emails?
No, I think we will confuse the witness.
As the court, please.
There must be sequence of evidence.
As the court, please.
Yes, Your Worship. I think we should adjourn and we resume at 2 o'clock and make sure that you make a photo will correlate on all of you. Thank you. The court shall adjourn.
As the court. Yes. Let him make the same copy, then we proceed. Let them make the same copy. This one. We proceed.
Ni vona ti ri fana number ta kona na xivongo xa kona swi swi ntsundzuxa na ndzulu ya wa vanhu lava ya ve le ndzhaku lava ya va le ka ma-6 ni vulavula na vona.
What I did, Worship, I reserved my words. What I did, I replied only once. I just said, refer to the above signature. The signature contains my contact, my full names, my rank, the address where I was situated by then, and the office where I was working at.
Ibi ako an vulavula swo tala loko ni hlamula ka email yona leyo niyo koka email yaleyo ano va ni tsale ntsena ti phone number mavito ya mina hi xitalo na ku ni khomina antirhweni wa mina hi mina yini kwele ntirhweni na ku ni tirhela kwihi.
Please proceed.
That was replied on 20 hours in the evening, 8 o'clock in the evening.
Sweswo ni swi hlamule hi 8 ya namadyambu.
Please proceed.
The next morning I received a call in the early hours between, I think it was around between 5 and 6.
From whom?
From accused number 1.
Ako siku leri landzelaka ni vi ni kuma ni foneriwa kumbexana ni foneriwa a ku ri xikarhi ka 5 na 6 ya nampundzu ni foneriwe hi yena muhehliwa wo sungula.
It did not surprise me because last night I sent an email which contains my telephone number on my signature card.
A swi zangi swi ni hlamarisa hi mhaka ku tolo wa kona vusiku bya kona a ni rhumeli email leyi nga khoma vuxokoxoko bya mina loko swi ta ka tifoni number na hinkwaswo.
So, proceed.
Accused number 1 introduced herself. I did as wise, and she proposed a meeting.
Ibi se pardon me also. Ibi se muhehliwa wo sungula a ti tivisa na mina ti tivisa ivi a kombela ku kuma na ku hlangana xikarhi ka hina.
Please proceed.
Then or rather I agreed to say that I don't have any problem. I'm working for the state, and my door are open at any given time. Whoever wants to come see me, it's more than welcome.
And alangi sweswo ni vi ni pfumelana na yena ni ku nyangu wa mina wu pfulekile siku rin'wana na rin'wana kumbe ni tirhela mfumo un'wana na un'wana loyi a lava ku pfuniwa u pfumeleriwile ku ri a nga ta ta ni vona.
Did accused number 1 divulge the contents of the proposed meeting or the contents of the agenda to the proposed meeting?
Yes, it was in relation to the pictures of the Mercedes, because he was saying that there was a mistake that happened, blah blah. Then I said, no, let us not dwell this issue on telephone. We'd rather come and see one-on-one, then we can take it from there.
Ubi akubyela na ku ya vulavula hi yini eka nhlangano lowu u lava ku hi hlangana ku hi wona aku u swi vurile sweswo u hlamusele timhaka ta ku swi fambisana na mhaka leya yo xaviwa ka movha aku ku vi na xihoxo laya na laya vulavula a kha vulavula sweswo swa nga swi vulavula se ni ku hi nga vulavuli to tala hi foni tana hi ta kota ku hlangana hi ta vulavula hi mhaka yona yaleyo.
Worship, what happened is we agreed on a date. Unfortunately, that meeting could not materialize on that specific date because I was busy with other matters. If I can remind you, Worship, I was with my advocate doing a bail application at Bulwaho on that specific week or day that was agreed with accused number 1. Then I had to give him another date, which was the following week.
So you mean her?
Her, yes, back. Worship.
Ebe se a hlamusela timhaka ta ku nhlangano wolowo hi nga twanana hi wona ku hi ta hlangana hi siku rona rero a ha swi kotangi mhaka ku mina a ni ri boahomu ni ri na advocate.
Same next week, Tuesday, I was continuing with the bail for the walk home, so I had to postpone her for a further date.
Vhiki leri landzelaka na rona a ni ri na ana yisa mahlweni na ka nandzu wona woloya wa ku munhu a endla xikombelo xa bail boha ku ri ni tlhela ni n'wi kombela ku ri a hisi nhlangano wa hina a mahlweni ni n'wi nyika siku rin'wana ku hi ta kota ku hlangana.
Then we finally got a suitable date as I already concluded my bail application at Wahu. I further informed my superiors to say that I've got this investigation, I've got this client that is coming. So the message was disseminated to subordinates, and we all prepared to welcome the client to hear what is he bringing to us.
Which client, Colonel?
Accused number 2. Remember, every person that comes to me, I refer him as a client.
Accused number?
Accused number 1.
I remember, Colonel.
Yes.
They start from my left-hand side. Accused number 1 is Charlotte Tibana.
That's correct.
Then going to the right, that is accused number 2.
That's correct.
And that's Peter Nonyane.
Referring to accused number 1.
Accused number 1.
Yes.
Ebikusuka kwalano kuba na siku leri ngaveka kundanga ta kuhlangana na yena loko siku rero ri fika nakona ri nga si za ri fika siku rero ni vi ni kota ku ni vulavurisana na vakulukumba ka mina ni va tivisa hi mhaka yona yaleyo ni tlhela ni tivisana lava nga le hansi ka mina se ivi va ku a hi ti lunghiseleni hi ku ku na muyeni loyi a fikaka a tiofisini ta hina muyeni un'wana na un'wana loyi a fikaka tiofisini ta hina hina ha n'wi.
Yes, the date arrived, and she did pitch up.
And what happened?
At my office.
Take the court into the meeting, if it ever proceeded. What happened in that particular meeting?
Thank you, Worship. Yes, she did pitch up at my office, and she was accompanied by other 2 ladies. I was busy with another client at that particular time, but I called one of my subordinates to come and take her to the boardroom.
Mbako impela siku leri nga twana na irona ubi afika loko afika uti arina vavasati vambirhi ivi ni byela u ni kumi na ri busy kumbexani na ha pfuna van'wani ivi ni byela un'wana loyi a nga le hansi ka mina ku a va teki a va yisa kumbe a n'wi teka a n'wi yisa kwele a boardroom.
Even my superiors were roped in on that meeting, and the team as a whole were part of that particular meeting.
A ku na vakulukumba ka mina na van'wani lava hi tirhisana vatirhakuloni a va ri kona kwala ka meeting.
Upon finalizing with the client that I was busy with, then I went to the boardroom.
Loko ni heta na munhu loyi a ni n'wi pfuna se na mina ni ya kwele a boardroom.
I found her already seated with my fellow colleagues.
Ni kumisa tshamini na vatirhakuloni na mina.
I took charge of the meeting.
Kuva mina ni rhangelaku nhlangano wona walowo.
Did an introduction
Ivi ni endla switiviso.
to accused number 1.
Ni titivisa ka yena muhehliwa wo.
And she did likewise to the whole team.
Na yena vi ya titivisa ka hinkwavo vanhu lava hi tirhaka na vona.
Then I told her that I welcome her and I respected her proposal. So I gave her the opportunity to bring the proposal that he wanted to tell me, or whatever information that he wanted to seek from us.
Evi se ni n'wi byela ku ha ku mukela hi mukela na leswi u lavaka ku swi vulavula ku nyika na nkarhi hi vile ha swi hlonipha ku ri wena u nga hi byela sweswi u nga tela swona.
Did she divulge, accused number 1, did she divulge the purpose for the request of the meeting?
That's correct.
Proceed. Tell the court.
Kurini kuri xivangelo lexi xi n'wi endlaka ku ri ku va na nhlangano lowuwani i xa yini kumbe u tisiwe hi yini?
Yes, like as I indicated that the investigation was revealed to all the members within the meeting. Everyone was aware of such a meeting.
Yes.
And when we started the meeting, she started to ask if there is any investigation in relation to that purchase of Mercedes.
Se a hlamusela ku ri un'wana na un'wana laya ka mihlangano luya a swi tiva ku ri va hlanganile ri vo yini ivi se a vutisa timhaka ta ku a na ku na vulavisisi loko swi ta ka ku xaviwa ka movha.
Yes, I did confirm to say that yes, there is an inquiry that is just being registered, not long. I quoted the inquiry number, and I said to her that there is nothing much as so far, but the investigation is ongoing.
Ivi se ni n'wi byela ku ri ku na vulavisisi lebyi endliwaka se ku na ni ta ku pfuriwe fayili kwalano ku na nomboro ya kona leyi ni nga yi hlaya nombi ni n'wi hlayela yona loko a ku endliwa swilo swo tala kumbe swikulu leswi ni nga ta ku se va nghenelerini ka swona kambe vulavisisi byi kona.
And the accused number 1, she started to say that she did a mistake transferring money from the estate to Mercedes-Benz Pretoria. She was supposed to use her personal account.
Ebise mohehliwa wo sungula ako ni ndi xihoxo hi ku teka mali liya ni transfera ni yisu mali liya ya bafu ni teka ni transferela le ka Mercedes-Benz Wonderbomb.
Would I be correct? Would I be correct to say I understand it correctly that you mean, in actual fact, accused one admitted to having transferred money from a deceased estate to Mercedes-Benz in your presence?
That's correct.
Ufumerini amahlweni kamina kuri mali yaleyo ya bafu ubi ayiteka ayitransferela le ka Mercedes-Benz kumbe kuyisa eka account ya Mercedes-Benz.
What type of mistake was it, Colonel? Can you kindly elaborate on that particular issue? If in actual fact she did actually inform you of the details of that particular mistake and the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, what she said she's holding multiple accounts. So she used a wrong account in transferring the money, and that resulted in the mistake that she did. And remember, by that time, I already knew what's happening as to where the funds were sourced from. But I keep it low, wanted to hear from her as to what is that is bringing on the table.
Baku uhlamuserini ku xihoxo xa kona u xi endlini mhaka ku yena u na ti-akhawunti to tala leswi swi nga n'wi endlisa xihoxo xa ku yena a transfera mali kumbe a yisa mali liya yi kha yi huma ka akhawunti ya un'wana wa mufu a yi yisa kwele eka Mercedes-Benz. Loko ni n'wi vutisa sweswo mi ta hleketa ku mina se a ni ri na vumbhoni kumbe a ni swi tiva ku ri ku humeleli yini.
Proceed.
She was trying to justify herself to say that it was a mistake, it can be sorted out, we can sort this thing out, we don't have to do the investigation and all that. But I said, no, look, we already have an affidavit that is under oath, that has been commissioned, and it prompted us to register an inquiry.
Everybody ahlamusela ku ri ni endle xihoxo ni kombela ku rivaleriwa swilo sweswo hi nga swi lunghisa mi nga yisi mahlweni na ku endla vulavisisi ya henhleni ka mina ivi ni n'wi byela ku ri ku hava ku hi nga swi endli ku hi timhaka teto se ku na ku endliwe na affidavit ya ku ya ku pfula nandzu and se ku le ku endleni ka vulavisisi.
Seeing that the meeting is taking us nowhere, because she was trying to justify, and I told her that this is not the right platform. I told her to say that, you know that I know what you did. And it was like surprised when I tell her that I know where the money is coming from. This, who's Matabat?
Ebiselo kunibona ku ri ka nhlangano nalowo ku hava la ya ku kona ibiseni usungula nombyela ni ku wa swi tiva ku ri na swi tiva ku mali yona leyo yi huma kwihi na wa va tiva vanhu va ka Mathabathe na wa swi tiva ku na swi tiva na.
Did accused one respond to your question whether or when you informed her as to, is she aware that you know what happened, and as to whether who Mathabathe is or yes, the Mathabathe family?
And I further told her that I know that you took 1.1 million from Mathabathe's estate, you transferred it to Masha's estate, and from there the money went directly to Mercedes-Benz Pretoria.
Ni tlhela n'wi byela ku ri wena ku na mali leyi u nga yi teka eka vanhu va ka Mathabathe leyi nga endla 1,100,000 rand u yi teka u yi yisa eka fayili ya ka va Masha loko yi suka laya yi ya kwele ka Mercedes-Benz.
Not to interrupt you much, Colonel. In that particular meeting, did accused one confirm the names of the files she is handling? If not all, but just a few, if you remember, place it on record.
Accused number one confirmed the file of victim number one, Masha. The one from Mathabathe, she did not confirm it. I was the one who was telling her. And by that time, accused number one was heavily pregnant. And like we were not too harsh looking at the circumstance or the situation that she was in.
Baku obi kuna la anga pfumela ku ri lava wani wa va tiva na baku vanhu lava a nga va ndyangu loyi a nga pfumela ku wa wu tiva I wa ka Masha kambe loyi wa ka Mathabathe u vuya ala loko baku xin'wana nakambe nkarhi wona walowo a ri amirini so a hi nga koti ku hi nga vulavula na yena hi ndlela ya vukarhi a hi kha hi vulavula na yena kahle.
Any other files that she mentioned, if any?
Yeah, I went further to say that I don't believe what you're saying. You might have stolen money from other funds. How many funds that you dealt with?
Even in Zola Kurkasha, let's vulavula ku mina ni swi tshembi. U nga va u yivi mali wena kusuka ka tifayili tin'wana u a wu tirhana na tifayili tingani.
And then she said 3.
Mentioning the names, say names or what?
There is another fine. She did not mention the name, but it did not end there because after the meeting, she kept on calling me. Though I told her that we need to stop this communication, but she was calling on a private number. So when the private number calls you, you didn't know who's calling you. When you pick up, you find out it's the same client. Then I would say, look, you since promised me the third file's name. You haven't. And then one day she sent me a test, Maswangai, with reference number.
Bakuban bakona utifayili ta kona hlamusela ku ri I tinharhu kambe vito leri ra loyi wa vunharhu a nga pfumelangi ku ri hlamusela laya ka mihlangano baku a swi helelangi kona kwalaya ka nhlangano loyi a hi nga va na wona hi te ku huma laya ivi se yena a sungula ku ni fowunela ko talatala and then ni n'wi byela ku ri u tshika ku endla mi ta swi hleketa ku munhu loko a ku fowunela hi yona nomboro ya private kumbe tinomboro ti nga humeleli laya u ta yi hlamula ivi u kota ku lemuka ka ndhavuko kambe ni vulavula na mani mani.
And this is after you informed her that investigations are on. Am I correct?
Yes, but that it was already mentioned to her. From when we started the meeting, we said we already opened the inquiry.
Then she continued to call.
Yes. What happens is during that meeting, the meeting couldn't go further because she went crying and she was so loud that when we had to cancel the meeting. But in closing, I told her that this is a serious matter. You need to seek an advice from your counsel or from a legal representative.
Ivi andre vaiswin'wana leswi nga swi vulavula a ku ka ndzhaku nyana ni ve ni kuma message lowu wu ni humaku ka yena muhehliwa lowu sungula ku tsaliwe vito ra ku Maswanganyi ivi va ku loko se a yisa mahlweni na ku fowunela se a n'wi byerile ku ri mi endla vulavisisi ehenhleni ka yena na a ku sweswo a hi n'wi byeli a meeting wona wa luya ene laya ka nhlangano luya a zangi hi ya mahlweni hi mhaka ku u vi a rila swinene.
Worship, I want to bring it to your attention to say that meeting was recorded. And the clip for that meeting is available if the court needs to hear as to what transpired on that particular day.
Lava ku tivisa huvo ku ri ka nhlangano wona luya hi recorda loko ku ri huvo yi lava record yona yaliya hi nga yi tisa mahlweni ka huvo.
Not the record, the existence of the record. As the court pleases. Your Worship, I don't intend leading or playing the record. We'll reserve it for trial purposes. But safe to say, if my learned colleague do not object the fact of the existence of the record, then we may proceed. Just to highlight that issue, Your Worship, if he can clarify.
Your Worship, the issue of the first, the issue of what they will deal with on trial, Your Worship. Obviously, there will be objections at the ultimate trial in terms of the admissibility of such evidence, which will ultimately trigger a trial within a trial. But at this juncture, if the state wishes to proceed and refer to an existence of a recording, We are not in a position to comment on that at this moment, and we'll deal with it as and when it comes. Safe to say that obviously during cross-examination, we'll seek instructions from the accused on how to deal with it. But as things stand now, we place it on record that the admissibility of such evidence will be challenged as and when it is to be dealt with. And for now, we are not in a position to make such kind of concession. Safe to say that there is no issue with the state proceeding with its evidence as it has started, and references have been made to such recording, and we will obviously cross-examine him based on the evidence that has been laid already.
Yes, I think the court is not going to dwell much on the admissibility or otherwise of the recording, because the court is just dealing with bail application.
Yes.
As of now, and therefore I could not prescribe. I cannot prescribe how the eventual trial will take place. Whichever process, then when it takes place, the defense counsel to the accused person will then deal with that situation at that time. But for now, let's just deal with bail application.
Indeed, so I was mainly referring to trial since my colleague referred to it, but they can proceed at the present moment.
Thank you, Your Worship. For as long as it's clarified, we can proceed.
Bari recording yona leyo kumbe kanziso wona lo abana nkinga na wona na loku wo vulavula ku kona hayi ku lava ku ri yingisela leswi nga vulavuriwa loko gqwetha ri tlakuka ri nhlamu ri hlamulela ri ku eka nkarhi wa sweswi hina a hi lavi ku nghenelela ngopfu ka mhaka nkandziyiso wona walowo hi mhaka ku ri a hi sivaka nkarhi wa ku tengiwa nandzu na siku leri ku nga ta va ku kha ku tengiwa nandzu hina hi yima hi lolo hi ta va hi alana na nkandziyiso wona walowo leswi nga ta endla ku ri ku fikeleriwa ka ku va teka goza ra ku endliwa leswi swa ku tengiwa ehenhleni ka loko ku kha ku tengiwa swi vula ku vitaniwa munhu loyi va nge hi yena a nga teka nkandziyiso wona walowo ivi se hukuvo loko yi tihlamulela kumbe yi hlamula lavambirhi yi ku ka nkarhi wa sweswiwani ha ri ka nkarhi wa xikombelo xa beyili a hi nga ngheneleli ngopfu ka mhaka yona yaleyo ya ku nkandziyiso walowo wa pfumeleriwa kumbe a wu pfumeleriwi mina a ni ngheneleli ngopfu swi ta yingiseriwa kumbe swi ta langutiwa hi siku leri mi nga ta va kha ku tengiwa nandzu lowuwani hi vona.
Let's proceed, Kenneth.
Thereafter, upon receiving the said name, I went back to the Master of High Court and made a request with all the files that she dealt with, referring to the law.
Kandzhaku ka loko ku nyikiwe vito rona rero ni vi ni tlhelela le ka Master of High Court ni yena kombela tifayili hinkwato leti muhehliwa wo sungula a tirhana na tona.
And I managed to secure all the files, including the one for Matabata's family.
Ni vi ni kuma tifayili ta yena hinkwato ni hlanganisa na liya ka Matabata.
Perusing the one for Matabata's family, I discovered that there is a case docket that has been registered for that deceased.
Bakuloko sekani pendla fayili ya ka Matabata ni vi ni kuma ku kuna docket leyi nga pfuriwa mayelana na mufu yena yaloyo.
The docket was with reference Polokwane Case 548 of 3/2024.
Baku docket ya kona a ri Polokwane hi case number ya 548/3 ya 2024.
Proceed. Please, Kenneth.
Analyzing the information, I only discovered that it was only the A1 statement from the hospital, and the docket did not contain anything. Even the deceased was not being certified by, the deceased was not being identified by one of the family members. And then inquest docket was registered because the report was saying he died mysteriously without any trace whatsoever.
Aku loko se ni languta fayili ya laya ni kuma docket yona liya ni kume ku a ko va na nchumu xo karhi ko va statement lexi xi nga endliwa hi munhu loyi a nga pfula yona docket yaleyo and a ku na xitatimende xa ku komba ku ri kuna va le ka vo mufi va tini va ta kota ku n'wi komba ku munhu loyi i wa ka hina.
Please proceed.
It raised some red flags to me to say that is it linked with the accused before the court? It was a question to me. I tried to pursue in tracing the family of Matawat.
Ivi se swi sungula ku endla ku swi nyika swivutiso ku ri kahle timhaka leti ti fambisana na ndzulu wa ka Mathabathe na ni ringeta ku lavana na vona.
I only picked up that the deceased was a teacher at Zibidiela, and I went as far as the Ruakomo District Department of Education to obtain the file as well in tracing the family members.
Bakuni vini kuma timhaka ta ku loko ku ri yena mufi va ri a ri thiceri le a Zibidiela sini ya kwele libowa khomo ni ya lavana na vuxokoxoko bya baka yena mufi loyiwani.
In trying to establish as to how the disease passed away.
Ni lava ku tiva ku kahle mufi wa hina u fambe njhani.
I did not come right, but what I can say that amongst the files that I picked up or collected at the Master of High Court, the file of Maswangani family was amongst those files.
Ani kumangi xokara kumbe ani kumangi nchumu kambe leswi nga swi vulavulaka i ku ka tifayili letiya hinkwato ni nga ti nyikiwa na ka Maswanganyi a yi ri kona.
Do you still want to proceed, or should we get into the issues?
You can get to the issues, Worship.
Accused number 1 submitted that she does not know the identity of state witnesses in this case, and at first appearance a charge sheet was read, names were read, but she said in her bail application, in her affidavit, she does not know the identity of witnesses in this matter. What is your comment?
Thank you, Worship. I would say the accused is not being honest in a sense that when one it's opening a file to be administered, it should be on a normal how can I say it? On a normal business, when you open a file, you should be having somebody one-on-one that you will be interviewing that particular person. I'm not too sure whether it was done telephonically, but that's how I understand it. And I can confirm to say that she might not open the files without seeing the parties that they seek assistance. Meaning, in that line, meaning that she was visited and engaged with those victims as per every file.
Baku yena mo hihliwa u hlamusela timhaka ta ku loko a endla xikombelo xa yena xa bail laya kumbe loko u hlayiwa affidavit ya yena a ku yena timbhoni letiwani a nga ti tivi kambe hi vi hi n'wi hlamusela milandzu ya yena na varili kumbe vapoti va milandzu u va twini ku i vumani mara a yisa mahlweni a ku mina timbhoni a ni ti tivi ivi se phorisa loko ri hlamula kumbe koloneli loko a ti hlamulela a ku leswi swi vulavulaka ku nge vi ntiyiso hi mhaka ku loko munhu a ta ku pfuleni ka fayili a nge pfuli fayili hi foni kumbe njhani i ta va timhaka ta ku u ta va kha vulavula na yena va kha va vulavurisana ni twisisa ku ri lavaya vanhu lavaya va nga pfula tifayili vo va tiva va va tika yena va kha va vulavula na yena va lava ku pfuniwa.
Is there a likelihood that if released on bail, accused 1 will attempt, just a second, Your Worship, will endanger the safety of the public, any person against whom this offense was allegedly committed, or will commit any other offense? What is your comment? Let's start with accused number 1.
Worship, this matter is a serious offense. I dealt with similar matters before. And when you look at the sentencing part of these cases, it's too harsh. One would not wait for that day to come. It is possible that he might go to the victims or the witnesses and intimidate or try to influence. As it happened whereby he made a engagement with the Maswangeni family while he's in custody. And that recording for that engagement has been saved. It can be brought before this court, if need be.
Right.
Shinga loko munhu loyi o chichiwa hi bail swi nga kotakala ku ri munhu loyiwani a veka vutomi bya vanhu enghozini ngopfungopfu loko hi languta tona timbhoni eka nandzu loyiwani na loko o chichiwa hi yona bail a ku loko mi ta languta nandzu loyiwani i nandzu lowukulu swinene mina a no sungula ku langutana na milandzu leyiwani kumbe ku endla vulavisisi ka milandzu leyiwani milandzu yo fana na leyiwani loko munhu o voniwa nandzu u kuma xigodo lexikulu lexi nga endlaku ku munhu a nga yi rimeli siku ra yena ku kumbe ku tenga nandzu vona lowu a yimela ku ta nyikiwa xigodo xi fana na xexo a ku loko mi ta swi hleketa yena i munhu loyi ni nga ku a nga ya a ya hlohlotela timbhoni kumbe ku ti chavisela hi mhaka ku se u swi endlini na ndyangu luya wa ka Maswanganyi loko ku ri vukandziyisi byedzo kumbe leswi va nga swi vulavula laya hi na swona loko ku ri va lava ku huvo leyiwani hi swi tisa mahlweni ka yona hi nga va nyika.
Worship, likewise, when you look at your gallery, it's fully packed. These people are fuming, angry. Some of them are the victims, are the people that the two accused they stole their money. They need their money, isn't like today. They can't wait for this matter to drag for the next 10 years up until it gets finalized. The advocate apply for Section 300 to be compensated. They need their money. And I can prove it to the court to say that they know where their monies went. The way the accused, they portray their life on social media. It is a common cause that they are driving fancy cars, referring to sports cars. Lavish life. The attire that they wear, it's so expensive. So now, these people, do they still believe that the money is still there? Will they receive their money back? There is a likelihood that they won't even get the cent. Hence I'm saying that we must check on both sides to say that even themselves, they are in danger to the public, because the public they might cause harm to them in need of their money.
Ebi se ako loko huvo yo ya nanguta lanwani amahlweni ka huvo ita swi vona ku tele swinene vanhu lava nga la I barile kumbe hi lava nga potana milandzu I vanhu lava nga kwata swinene va kwate swinene va lava timali ta vona leti nga yiviwa hi vahihliwa lava va ku vanhu va kona.
You can hear? They're fuming.
Va ku va kona lanwani va kwate swinene se vanhu lava va lava mali ya vona namuntlha hayi ku ri va yimeli ku mali ya vona va ta yi kuma endzhaku ka malembe o karhi la loko se va hihliwa va vone nandzu ivi gqwetha ra vona ri kombela ku ri hi kombela ku hi kota ku va hakela mali yona ya vona mali yaleyo ya vona hi nga va yivela va ku vanhu lavawani mi ta swi vona ku hi va swi tiva ku mali leyiwani va yisi kwihi hi ku loko mo languta vutomi bya vona eka ti-social media kwalaya mi ta swi vona ku vutomi bya vona I bya xiyimo xa le henhla swimbalo leswi va swi mbalaku timovha leti va fambaka hi tona va ku xin'wani loko swi languta lan'wani ni vulini ku swimbalo leswi va swi mbalaku se va ku loko ho languta lan'wani vanhu lavawani va ti vutisa swivutiso swa ku loko ku ri mali ya hina hi ta heta hi yi kumini na laniwani va ku ene xin'wani na vutomi bya vona byi le nghozini vona va hehliwa hi ku vanhu lavawani va nga dyeriwa timali ta vona va kwala mahlweni ka huvo va kwatini leswi vulaka ku loko vo humesiwa na vona vutomi bya vona byi le nghozini.
Still on the lavish lifestyle or expensive clothes that you mentioned, that they're wearing expensive clothes, they're driving sports cars, and what danger, to be specific, would they pose to the public, or the public pose to them, with reference specifically to that particular issue?
Worship, what I'm saying is that the public know, as of like now, that their money is no longer there. It's been used to acquire those luxury vehicles, those expensive clothing, liquor. Money is being dished out during weddings, as in like sweets. Somebody might laugh, but it's not this laughing stock. Somebody's crying out there in need of his money that is entitled to. Small children are going back empty stomach, whereas money is being dished out like sweets. It's there on the public media.
Who does that specifically?
Look, say, ako ndasungula ile makale one. Look, ile mi bla bla kuyona kurba hanya butomi jamanyunyu. Meka ihlamsela kahle makayona le. Ako ba hanya butomi jamanyunyu vanhu lava wanjele henhla. Bya xiyimo xa le henhla va mbala swimbalo swo durha. Va famba hi timovha to durha. Se ako mi vona nga ku vutomi bya vona byi ta va byi ri nghozini njhani kumbe bya vanhu halaya handle. Ako vanhu va swi tiva ku ri vanhu lavawani va hanya vutomi bya le henhla. Loko u languta ta kuma ku na mabyala lani wa ko durha, timali leti hangalasetiwaka le micatwini, vana van'wani va kha va rila leniwani le handle, va kha va rilela mali ya vona kuve vona va tlangisa mali nje hi malekere. A kumeta swi na hambi mo hleka mara vanhu van'wani le handle va le ku rileni hi mhaka ya mhangu leyiwani.
Please proceed, Kenneth.
Worship, this is a couple. I would say both of them, they are in an agreement. If one accused doing something wrong, the other one sees. If he sees that that is something that it will jeopardize or it's something that will run the public, you would tell the other party to say that stop what you're doing. But this thing is happening continuous, meaning that both they are happy with it.
Bakuvan lava wani vambirhi I varhandzani. Loko leswi vulaka ku ri loko un'wani a endla xihoxo kumbe a endla swilo swo ka swi nga ri kahle, lowun'wani a fane a byela lowun'wani ku ri tshika sweswo swi endlaku, wa swi vona ku swilo leswi swi endlaku swi hoxekile, kambe vona va yisa mahlweni no pfumelela ku endla manyala lava endlaka.
Is there anything?
I want to bring it to the court to say that when one considering such bail, such issues need to be taken into consideration. Not necessarily the danger of the public, but their danger as well.
Baku I mhaka yin'wanyana leyi huvo yi fanele ku yi languta loko yi taka ku lava ku pfumelela kumbe yi lava ku mukela xikombelo xa munhu loko a endla bail, I swin'wana leswi a lava ku kombisa swona huvo, kambe a hi timhaka ta ku hi languta ku vona va ta va nghozi eka vanhu kumbe vaakatiko, hi languta na vona ku vutomi bya vona byi nge vi nghozini na.
Accused number 2, if released on bail, is there a likelihood that he will intimidate? Just a second, Your Worship. Will attempt to influence or intimidate state witnesses if released on bail. That is accused.
I think I dealt with that one. I think I dealt with that one to say that since they know the victims, they've got all the files. Remember, the files contains everything, starting from the profile, telephone numbers, addresses, all the beneficiaries. They are in their office. So it's easy for them to access the files and do whatever they want to do with the witnesses.
Bako loko mwesi wa vumbirhi o chuchiwa hi bail kumbe xikombelo xa yena xa bail vo xi mukela u vona nga ku I munhu loyi a nga chavisetela timbhoni na kumbe kona ku hlohlotela timbhoni a ku ni hleketa nga ku rero ni se ni hlamurile ni swi vuli kahle ni ku vanhu lavan'wani va na tifayili ta timbhoni letiwani kumbe vona vapoti va milandzu va na tona va tiva xin'wana na xin'wana hi vanhu lavawani kusuka ka mavito ya vona tifoni namba ta vona hinkwaswo loko ku ri ku na leswi vona va lava ku swi endla ka vanhu lavawani va ngo fika va languta lahaya tifayilini va endla sweswi va swi lavaka ku swi endla.
Already having testified that accused number 2 went to Mercedes-Benz demanding money, holding or having a firearm, not holding it per se, but in possession, however, of a firearm. Am I correct to say, I understand you correctly, that you mean that there is a possibility, a likelihood that once released on bail, he may intimidate witnesses?
It's a threat on its own. Hence, I indicated earlier to say that during that time when he was demanding the refund or the release of the Mercedes, somebody felt uncomfortable.
Baku se u hlamusele timhaka ta ku muhehliwa wa vumbirhi u a ya le Mercedes-Benz a ri na xibamu a mirini wa yena a nga kombangi munhu mara a xo va mirini wa yena loko a ya kwele a Mercedes-Benz ivi se a ku sweswo hi swoxe ni nga ku I ku chaviseta hi ku munhu luya wo tirha le ka Mercedes-Benz kumbe muxavisi wa timovha u vi a titwa a nga chuchekanga.
So is the salesperson that you mentioned testified on or about a witness to the state's case?
That's correct.
The one that was threatened allegedly by accused number 2?
Yes.
Or the accused persons before?
It's part of our list of the witnesses in the docket.
But intiyiso mbhoni yona liya kumbe mutirhiwa wa le ka Mercedes-Benz na yena imbhoni eka nandzu leyiwani ku ya hi docket ta hina wu tsarisini eka mavito a vanhu lava nga timbhoni ka nandzu leyiwani.
Now, Colonel, you testified that accused persons use luxury vehicles, they wear expensive clothes, they take expensive liquor, and they submitted in the affidavits, starting with accused number 2, that he earns 31,000 rand per month, and accused number 1 earns 80,000 rands per month. They submitted in their respective affidavits per each, that which I'm telling you now.
Worship, allow me to pose a question, though I'm not allowed to say that. Is there any other sources that they mentioned? However, if there's no other incomes that they mentioned, with the 2 salaries that have been tabled before this court, they could not afford the life that is being portrayed in the social media.
Ebi ako u hlamusele ku ri vahehliwa lavawani va famba hi timovha to durha va mbala swimbalo swo durha va nwa mabyala o durha ivi bona vahehliwa lavawani va hi byele ku ri loko ri muhehliwa wa vumbirhi u hola yona 31,000 rands loko ri wa vumbirhi u hola 80,000 rands ivi se aku na hambi ni nga pfumeleliwangi ku vutisa xivutiso yi ta va ku vanhu lavawani handle ka timali leti va ti kumaka ku na tin'wani ke leti va ti kumaka loko ku ri ku hava na swi vulavula ni tiyisini ku ri swi nge endleki ku ri va kota ku fikelela vutomi lebyi va byi hanyaka kumbe lebyi va hi kombaka byona le ka vuhangalasi lebyi bya mahungu hi vula yona social media.
In his weight, he said that a person that earns 100,000 is a small boy to him, referring to accused number 2.
Bari hi marito wa yena kumbe nomo wa yena leswi va swi hlamusela muhehliwa wa vumbirhi u te munhu loyi a holaka 100,000 rands I mufana nje.
Whilst he earns 31,000.
I'm not privy to his salary advice.
No, I'm telling you, that's what he said in his affidavit. That, and I take it, it's under oath and there's no way. So, prima facie, we believe, I'm placing it on record. I'm telling you now because It's on affidavit, it's under oath. He's a police official. He knows the consequences of lying under oath, and I'm at no stage in a position to disbelieve that at this particular stage. Now, he says he's earning 31,000. In what you're testifying on, he's earning, okay, a person earning 100,000 rands, it's a boy, right?
Yes, the court pleases.
What is your understanding? Okay, let's also take into account 80,000 rands earned by accused number 1. What is your understanding? By accused number 1, 80,000. Correct, Your Worship. So, what is your understanding of all these salaries that I'm giving you as against what you are saying was uttered by accused number 2 to say a person earning 100,000 rands is a boy? What was your overall conclusion?
Look at the names that is being referred to. Accused number 2 is being referred as Lama Street. What does it tell you? Greater Gagash Municipality.
Proceed.
Those are the big names. You don't just get those names from the soccer field.
Se ivi a hlamusela mhaka ya ku na swi twisisa leswi swi vulavulaka loko yena a ku munhu loyi a holaka 100,000 i mfana eka yena u vula yini, wena u twisisa ku u vula yini hi mhaka ku loko u languti miholo ya vona vumbirhi bya vona leswi a nga swi vula a ni twisa ku hi phorisa a nge hembi mahlweni ka huvo u te u hola 31,000 sati 80,000 va wu twisisa kahle nawu ku ri a va fanelangi va hemba loko vateki va hlambanyini emahlweni ka huvo. So ku ya hi wena loko u languta miholo leya vona na loko a ku munhu wo hola 100,000 rand wa 100,000 i mfana eka yena wena swi te yini, swi ku byeli yini a ku loko ta swi languta mhaka leyiwani mavito ya yena va n'wi vitana Lama Street, Greater Gagash Municipality. A hi mavito ya vafana, mavito makulu ya laha.
What does that mean? Well,
I'm shocked, but those are the big names. Remember earlier I said he was dishing money. Lama Street.
Okay, so the street name of money sometimes, or persons dishing out money.
Literally meaning that the two accused are moneyed. But when you look at their salaries, you mentioned 31, 80,000. It doesn't tally with what we see on the things that they're doing. Meaning that where can else get the money? So now it gives me that red flag to say that the funds.
Ebi se aku leswi ni nga ta xi vulavula leswi ni nga swi vulavula ni vulavurini khale ni ku vanhu lavawani mavito lamawani a hi mavito ya vana, a hi mavito matsongo, mavito makulu. Ni vurini ku ku na la yena a nga humelela a kha a nyiketela vanhu mali kumbe a kha kombisa ku lahletela mali kwalaya ene va ku a ku loko ni hlamusela layani loko n'wina mi byeli ku ri u hola 31,000 na 80,000 loko u languta vutomi bya vona lebyi va byi hanyaka a swi fambelani swilo leswimbirhi. Se u ta tivutisa kumbe xivutiso yi ta va ku mali se va yi kuma kwihi ya ku hanya vutomi lebyiwani. Se sungula ku swi tela emiehleketeni ku ri tifayili.
What cars are they driving? We understand now that money is being dished out in ceremonies. I don't know what that's funerals or you said it's weddings. So money is being being dished like that. I think that's the better concept to use. It's being dished in what you said at ceremonies. They're wearing expensive, they're taking expensive liquor, and you mentioned that they're driving sports cars. What sports cars are they?
There's a Raptor.
What is Raptor?
It's a... Don't even afford this vehicle. I can't even identify it correctly. I think it's a Ford, but it's a Raptor.
That's the name of the vehicle?
Yes.
Ford Raptor?
Yes.
Ivi se ako ni ku twisisi kahle loko ku vanhu lavawani va kha va humesetela timali a na swi tivi temicatwini kumbe a mikosini u tlho hlamusela ku ri vanhu lavan'wani va ambala swimbalo swo durha vanhu va mabyala o durha va famba hi timovha to durha se i timovha muni leti va fambaka hi tona a ku movha yin'wani ya kona i Raptor se va ku Raptor i yini a ni koti no swi hleketa kahle kumbe swi tiva ku Raptor i yini hikuva mina yaloyi a ni nge fikeleli movha yona yaleyo ivi se muchisaku i Ford Ranger i va ku swi nga va sweswo.
Worship, there is another leg or stakeholder that dealt with the investigation in respect of the properties. There is a fine. Unfortunately, I didn't want to come and give evidence on it. There is an expert in relation in those properties that they were able to explain them as to what model, what type of a vehicle, the value of it, and so forth. But I would say, I'm talking about the Ranger, I mean Raptor, a Golf GTI, a latest Mercedes-Benz, and yeah. Some might be the country in the call. But hence I'm saying that there is somebody that will come and give that evidence in relation to the properties.
Loko swi ta ka nhundzu ya vona kumbe tona timovha teto ku na vanhu lava nga ta va ta nyika vumbhoni ka mhaka yena yaleyo ku ri i timovha ta njhani ti durha mali muni sweswo hinkwaswo vuxokoxoko hinkwabyo munhu yaloyo u ta hlamusela loko swi ta ka timhaka tona teto. Mina lexi ni xi tivaka i ku ku na Raptor, ku na Golf GTI, ku na Benz ya sweswiwani tin'wana na ha ti hleketi se ni swi hlamuserile ku ri munhu loyi a nga ta hlamusela hi xitalo eka mhaka yona yaleyo u kona u ta nyika vumbhoni.
Accused persons earning a combined salary of 111,000 and these luxurious vehicles, are you able to apportion this salary to the installment per each vehicle if they are still financed, Kenneth?
Yeah, like as I'm saying that there is another link which deal with asset forfeiture that will come and explain how these vehicles were acquired, whether they were purchased in cash or in installments. They were able to tell the court as to how much is the monthly installed in all these vehicles and as to who are they registered on as per the INATI system.
Ibi se a hlamusela timhaka ta ku se wena colonel u nga hi byela ku ri timovha tona teto ti nga va ti hakeriwa mali muni hi n'hweti loko hi hlanganisa miholo ya vona leyi endlaku 111,000 rand. So timovha teto va nga va ti hakela mali muni a ku se ni hlamuserini ku ri ku na vanhu lava tirhaka hi mhaka yena yaleyo va ta swi hlamusela ku ri timovha teto ti xaviwini a ti xaviwangi hi xikweleti kumbe ti xaviwe hi xikweleti kumbe ku humelela yini va ta hlamusela va kona.
Should we leave the entire assets issue to the witness that will come after you? Or
Not sure if there's a witness that is coming, but there is an expert, as I've indicated.
The particular expert.
Exactly.
Yes. So, do you know of any houses that are being used or owned or held by both accused persons per each, if any?
Yeah, there is a mansion that has been built in the homelands, which belongs to the two accused before the court. A massive, which you cannot just compare it with any house that surroundings. And it was done within a short period of time.
Kuna bana tiyindlu na kumbe yindlu lavambirhi leti ti vitanaku hi vona leti va nga na tona na kuna yindlu kona yindlu ya kona yikulu swinene yindlu ya kona I ya vona lavambirhi yindlu ya kona loko u yi langutini u nga yi fanyisi kumbe a yi fani na tin'wana tindlu kumbe ku hava yindlu yo fana na yindlu ya la ya vona va tshamaku kona
Having said that, with regard to the houses or property, immovable, they did not mention to be owning immovables in the affidavits. What is your comment?
Lordship, I rise to object on that. It is incorrect. The affidavit of applicant number 2, supported by annexures, does take the court into his confidence regarding a particular stand referred to in the villages where he comes from. He has gone as far as attaching the PTO, that which is the authority that he obtains from the traditional authority. That is the only authority that has the necessary powers to apportion land in village areas, wherein one will be authorized to occupy in the form of that PTO. And further on, they've also taken the court into confidence that there is a property in that particular stand that is under construction. I just wanted to rectify that issue and remind my colleague.
Your Worship,
Perhaps you should be particular with reference to what is contained in the affidavits in your quest to request him to be able to respond there.
okay, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Se lawyer ahlamusela timhaka ta ku hawa sweswo swa ku lava mbirhi a va vulangi ku ri vana yindlu kumbe vana yindlu swilo swo ka swi nga tlakuleki leswi swi nga tlakulekiki hi vula yona yindlu va vurini mhaka ku laya ka affidavit loko mo languta va ri ku na papila ro komba ku munhu u pfumeleriwile ku tshama hi leswi swi kumaku loko u tshama le makaya ndhuna kumbe hosi yi ku nyika papila rona rero.
Your Worship, I did not particularly see that issue. I think I skipped it somehow, but I'll come back to clarity seeking questions on that particular issue.
Perhaps I would like seeing that you mentioned something like a property that is already constructed, is to check whether it aligns with what you have in the affidavit.
Correct, Your Worship. Colonel, the property mentioned in the affidavits, it's said to be under construction. It is said to be not complete, if I can put it in precise terms. So, the one that you are referring to being a mansion, a property that cannot be compared with any property in the vicinity, is it this which is still under construction, or is it something different to the one referred to in this affidavit?
It could be, in a sense that if they want to install like the acorns, luxury stuff within the building, yes, by look of the building outside, the building is complete, the construction is complete.
So the under construction phrase may be meaning something extraordinarily,
yes,
extraordinary.
That's correct.
Va hlamusela mhaka ku yindlu leyi va nga yi hlamusela la ka affidavit va vule ku a yi siza yi hela hi yona yeleyo u vulavulaka hi yona na a ku swi nga endleka hi va yi ri yona mara loko u languta makoluya hi le handle wu herini kumbexani va vula timhaka ta ku va lava ku nghenisa ti-aircon swilo swin'wana swa manyunyu kwalaha ndzeni ni nga pfumelelana na vona.
Or is there any other property that you know of excluding the one that you refer to as complete, contrary to...
Let me reserve my comments based on the properties. Hence I'm saying that let that particular stakeholder come and chip in and outline as in reference to the records for the properties.
Ako ka ha ri na nhundzu yin'wana leyi u lava ku yi hlamuselaku hi yona na a ku sweswo wo ni swi tshikela lava va nga ta va ta swi hlamusela kahle lava nga na vutivi eka swona sweswo swa tinhundzu.
Are you in possession of the passports of these accused persons before court? Or were they made available for you?
Yes, I have seen the passports.
Are you in a position to refer to them? Are they, can you access them now?
I'm not too sure if the team, they do have the passport.
The investigating
I see
officer is
one
here.
noting to say that, yeah.
Your Worship, I beg leave of this honourable court to hand over the passports of the accused persons so that this witness can place on record whatever I would like to ask him with regard specifically to the passport.
Provided you said the passport should be brought.
Pardon, Worship?
Provided you said the passport should be brought in here today, because they could be having them left in the office, or where are the passports?
They are here, Your Worship.
I think they are here.
The passports.
Correct, Your Worship.
Okay, then you can be favored with the passport documents.
Worship, the package sealed. Not too sure if I can break the seal.
Maku ti-passport ti kona hi letiwani kambe ti pfaliwini a ni navitiso ya kuni nga kota ku ti pfula kumbe njhani?
The state will give you authority. He's the one who said the passport. Yes or no?
Your Worship, it is for the purpose of this bail application, in which application the issue whether or not applicants are flight risks is quite of importance. So I see no harm in opening the said documents
Are you
before.
authorizing him or seeing no harm?
I'm authorizing him, Your Worship. It's already the contents they've been testified on. So, but there's issues I'd like to place on record.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Channel, you can also.
Ako a ni navitiso va ku ni nga ti pfula se muchuchisa ku hawa ti pfuleni hi ku mhaka nkulu laha hi lava ku vulavula hi hungu ra ku vanhu lavambirhi i vanhu lava loko vo chuchiwa hi beyili va nga chikavela nandzu lowuwani na a ku na va pfumelela ku ri va ti pfula va ti pfuleni hi letiya.
And after use, you should reseal them back in the same position. After use, you must reseal them. I think it's for safety.
Yes, Lord President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Colonel, let's start with accused number 1. Please, if any, had travels post the borders of Africa, any trip that was taken beyond Africa. Let's start there. Referring to the passports, Colonel, you can open and read whatever the details of the travels are.
Yes, I'm in possession of one passport for accused number 1 at Tibana, Charlotte, with passport number A20507095.
Proceed. When was it obtained?
Say again?
When was the passport obtained?
Obtained. Date of issue 16 January 2026, and it's valid till 15 Jan 2036.
Ako ni khomi passport ya yena mehlo sungula ku nga yena Charlotte Tibana na nomboro ya passport ya yena le anga hlaya ba ku passport ya kona ba ri yi ended 16 January 2026 ba ku yi helela kumbe kona ku expire hi 15 January 2036.
Where did accused 1 travel? Are there any details of recorded travels?
Yes, I see a date stamp. It reads 28717 entry. Then there is Chinese writing. I'm unable to interpret that, but it shows entry.
The name of the country and the date thereof?
The date is 6 Feb 2026. He was coming back into the Republic of South Africa. However, I do not see the country where she went. I will ask the interpreter, maybe, I don't know, maybe, thank you, Your Worship.
Your Worship,
you would assist, or if maybe anyone can assist with that. That is the only.
So what you can assure is that as per the part report, it shows that there has been traveling outside the country.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Va hlamusela ku ri passport leyiwani yi na xigandlo lexiwani va ri xi na nomboro ya 28717 va ku mati man'wani ma tsariwe hi China kwalaya yi komba munhu a kha a vuya hi ti 6 ta February ku ri u humi njhani u yi ka tiko leyi a hi koti ku swi vona kahle and xin'wana xa vumbirhi va tsale hi xichina mina xichina a ni xi tivi ni tsandzeka no xi hlaya se a ni ku kumbexani toloki yi ta ni pfuna na yona hawa a yi tivi nchumu.
Can you kindly proceed to the next travel, if any? We're still on accused one.
Okay.
Yes. If any other travel, please place it on record.
No, there's no other date stamp. Oh, worship, I pick up one. Okay. There's quite two of them. This one, it was dated 9 of Feb 2026, entry 47/150. The date stamp, it reads BMA. So even this one, he was coming into the Republic. And there is another one, exit 47/292. That was on the 5th of Feb 2026, BMA, OR Tambo International Airport, the Republic of South Africa.
Can you still also not in a position to identify to which country?
Which countries? No, I'm unable to identify the countries.
Se ivi a hlamusela ku ri ku na swigandlo swin'wana swimbirhi leswi ni nga swi tlulela niwani xa ti 9 ta February 2026 xa tikomba ku ri munhu lowani a vuya and then ku va na xigandlo xin'wanyana xi komba ku ri yena a huma kumbe a huma a ya tikweni ro karhi a swi tsariwangi laniwani ku ri kahlekahle matiko laha a nga nga ka swigandlo ka passport ya yena a ya kwihi kumbe a huma a vuya a huma a ri kwihi.
Any other travel, Kenneth?
Yeah, it's only those that I've mentioned, the three.
They've never traveled in Africa, or like according to the record?
Perhaps
I wouldn't know.
just a moment. Perhaps it will suffice for him to say that according to the passport, they have traveled outside the country.
Correct, Your Worship.
If there are specifics, that it may be just that the stamps itself, their testimony.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let's move to accused number 2. You can place, if there's the name of a country, mention it.
Passport reads Peter Nonyane, passport numbers A09535353, date of issue 08 October 2021, valid till the 7th of October 2031.
Kindly place any records of travels, if any.
Yeah, there's quite few. I see one passport control departure, date 20 January 2023, 624 Libombo.
Why is that? Libombo.
I don't know, I never traveled abroad.
Okay, let's proceed.
Passport control, second one, entry 21 Jan 2023, 590 Libombo.
A different date.
Different dates.
Was it an exit or
entry?
Please proceed.
There's another one, exit 47/120/2025, 1117 OR International Airport, Republic of South Africa. There's another one, entry 47/215/2025, 11/2021 OR International Airport, Republic of South Africa. Another one, exit 47/292/2026,
0205 OR Tambo International Airport, Republic of South Africa. Another one, entry 47151. The date is not clear there, but I see the month of Feb 09 OR Tambo International Airport, Republic of South Africa. There is another one similar to the one that I read for accused number 1, which has got a Chinese writing. The date reads 6 Feb 2026, 28897 entry. There's another one, Turkey, Istanbul, 34,303. The date is not clear there. I see 20, I think 142574. Again, Turkey, 34,303, 18, 11, 25, 74. Yeah, those are the troubles.
Se akulanwani nikumi yona passport ya mwisho wa mbele bangi yena Nonyane Peter nomboro ya kona ya 809535353 akulo kuitaka swigandla nwani sokomba kuna swigandla xin'wana xo komba ku munhu loyi a huma hi 2026 February 85 there or at Tambo kuno vana swigandla xin'wana xo komba ku a nghena laha a South Africa kumbe a tikweni ra hina hi 2025 in November 2021. Loko nkutlo ku va na xin'wanyana xa tikomba ku na yena a kha nghena laha a Libombo hi ti 21 ka January 2023 va ku Libombo hi le kwihi a ku a ni tivi na mina. And then kutlo ku va na ti 20 ta January 2023 na yona a yi tikomba ku ri a famba kwala Libombo. Then na yin'wana ya tikomba ku a huma hi 2025 hi ti 11 November hi ti 17. And then 9 lanwani but angena kambe in 2026 February 89. And then kuthe kuba na yin'wanyana tin'wanyani bari yo va na nomboro loko ku ri date ya kona a yi vonaki kahle yo nomboro ya kona yi tsariwa ku 34 va ku 303 ya le Turkey. And then na yin'wanyani ya le Turkey na yona i ti 18 ta November, nomboro ya kona yi ri 1811.25. And then bakule yin'wanyani yona a yi vonaki kahle. And then ku va na liya ya xichayina na yi lavalava lan'wani leyiwani na yona yi va ri ya ti 6 February 2026.
Having placed the details of or the records of travel of the accused persons on record, is there a likelihood that should they be released on bail, they will evade trial? You can answer this question per each accused, or you can couple it and elaborate thereof.
Thank you, Worship. What I can tell the court is that they both accused, they went abroad, not once, but many times. So as of now, we don't know if there's any ties or any friends, relatives outside the country, or monies that has been invested outside the country. But through these records, you could see that they are frequenting some visit outside this republic. So, if the two accused would be released on bail,
They've got nothing to lose. Leaving this country, starting a new life outside.
Ibise ako kanjhaku ka leswi u nga swi hlamusela ku ri lava mbirhi I vanhu lava va vhakelaka matiko man'wana a le handle loko u langutile u vona ngaku loko vo chuchiwa hi bail ku na swi nga endleka vanhu lava mbirhi va balekela nandzu loyiwani na ako vumbirhi bya lava va hehliwa lava nga yima mahlweni ka huvo I vanhu lava va rhandzaku ku vhakela matiko ya le handle kumbe matiko amambe se ene a va yangi kan'we kumbe kambirhi I vanhu lava vo tshamela ro ya kwele swi nga endleka se hi kha hi vulavula se va ri na maxaka kwele va ri na vanghana kumbe va ri na mabindzu kumbe ku ri na swilo swin'wana swi va endlaku ku ri va tikuma va ri kwele kumbe ka timhaka ta swa timali se vanhu lavawani va famba ngopfu kumbe va vhakela matiko ya le handle ngopfu se vumbirhi bya vona loko vo tshuka vo chuchiwa hi bail va nga tsutsuma va baleka hikuva a ku na nchumu lexi nga va endlaku ku ri vona a ku na lexi va nga ta lahlekeriwa hi xona loko vo yisa mahlweni va kha va tshama lawani va nga ha no baleka va famba va ya kwale matikweni man'wana.
Worship, handing the passport is not a measure to prevent somebody to travel abroad across the country. I can tell the court that accused number 1 is in position of a cartel as a result of that he was communicating with the victims. Surely we know that we are moving with times. This is the 4th industrial revolution. We can apply these types of documents digital. While in the custody, he can simply apply for another passport. And if bail has been granted, while we are keeping this in our storeroom, they can apply the new ones of the go.
Baku uku khoma ti passport a swi siveli munhu ku ri yena a loko a lava ku famba a ya ka tiko rin'wanyana a nga famba mi ta swi hleketa ku muhehliwa wo sungula u tikumi a ri na hi nga ku hi yona foni leyi a kha yi tirhisa a ri kwele xitokisini se naswona sweswo swi nga ku siveli ku ri yena va mi ta swi hleketa ku masiku lama hi hanya eka vutomi lebyi antswisiwa la yena muhehliwa kumbe loko a lava ku famba a nga ha no endla xikombelo xa yona passport a ri xitokisini hi yona foni yona yaleyo ivi a suka famba hina hi khomile leswiwani ni nge I ti-passport.
Is that all, Kenneth, with regard to the flight risk issue?
Yes, and if they went, the case will fall. The public that is at the gallery, they will even suffer more. And now they will start to put the blame on us to say that the Hawks, we knew it, that you're not going anywhere with the case. As we always been named.
Baku loko bona vo baleka swi vula ku nandzu lowa na wona u ta helela moyeni vanhu lava nga tala la mahlweni ka huvo va heta va ku hina hi endli ku ntirho wa hina mi kha mi ta swi tiva ku siku na siku nandzu wu vekiwa mavokweni ya hina se hi tolovela.
Kenneth, having testified earlier that accused 2 is the one who who was the lead negotiator of the Mercedes-Benz deal in Vonderboom, Pretoria. Do you have documentary proof to that effect?
Yes.
And if so, place the relevant part of the document that relates to accused to negotiate, or the accused persons negotiating the deal, whatever the case may be. And what is that particular document? Let's start there. What is that document? Where is the origin of that document? Where does it originate? And place the necessary details on record.
Worship, the documents, it's coming from Prinsloo van der Lende's attorneys, which represent Mercedes-Benz Vonderboom, Pretoria. The document was sent to me by that particular attorney, confirming as to what transpired between his client and the accused before the court. And it's stipulated on paragraph. By the way, the letter has got a letterhead from the law firm, as I've already indicated.
Let's go directly to...
Specifically, in line paragraph 2, it is our instruction that Mr. Peter Nonyane, ID number 90050579308, negotiated with our client to purchase a used black Mercedes-Benz AMG G63 AMG vehicle with VIN, there's a chassis number there, and engine number bearing license LX13WJGP for the amount of 165,000.00. 1,650,000.
ebise a hlamusela timhaka ta ku wena ni ku twe u hlamusela ku ri loko ku ri yena muhisi wa vumbirhi hi yena le a rhange mahlweni ka ku vulavurisana na vanhu lava ve le Mercedes Benz loko swi ta ka ku xaveka movha yena leyiwani u na vumbhoni bya sweswo na a ngo na byona na phepha la mahlweni ka mina phepha leriwani ro huma ka magqwetha a vanhu va le ka Mercedes Benz phepha leriwani va va tsalela mina Colonel Makuwa loko hi languta laya ku nga tsariwa va hlamusele kahle ku ri yena Peter Nonyane hi ID number ya yena leyi va nga hlamusela laniwani a ku ri yena loyi a vulavurisana na munhu na vanhu va hina ka ku xava ka movha leyi ya ntima ya Mercedes Benz AMG G63 va ku hi VIN number na va yi tsarile kona kwalayana engine number va yi tsarile se va ku na license number ya kona na mali ya kona yi nga 1,650,000 rands.
Do you still have any other issue to place on record with regard to that document? The references to that particular payments, are they visible or legible to that document? The references. You mentioned an amount of 1,650,000.
Yes.
Was there a reference to that payment?
Yeah. The letter further reads the contact details of Mr. Nonyane provided. It was 073 0087602, an email address pidoski@gmail.com. Our client issued a written quotation to Nonyane as discussed, and when you look at further down, it indicates the first payment that was received and a copy of proof of payment that was coming from estate late Maisana I Masha, and then when you flip the document, it shows the second payment of 1,650,000 1,600,000 rand, with the copy of the proof of payment coming from same account number of the estate of Masha.
Now,
ibise a hlamusela ku ri loko u languta laya loko mhlawumbe loko hi hlaya laya ka swilo ka swilo hinkwaswo va tsari ku laya ku na tifoni number ta yena Mr. Nonyane ti tsariwini va ri tifoni number ta kona 073 088 7602 va ku na email address ya kona na yona yi tsariwini va ku munhu loyiwani kumbe yena Mr. Nonyane hi yena a vulavurisana na munhu loyi wo tirha leyi ku xavisiwaka kona timovha a ku va tlhe va tsala ku ri mali yo sungula yi hakeriwile leyi nga hakeriwa i 100,000 rands a yi huma eka ndzhaka ya mufu yena Maisana I Masha, and then va tlhe va hlamusela ku ri ivi ku va na mali yin'wanyana ya vumbirhi leyi nga hakeriwa na yona a yi huma ka ndzhaka ya mufu yena Maisana Masha yi nga 1,650,000 rands.
When you look at down the third paragraph from the bottom.
Before we go there, Kenneth, we will arrive, but I just want to get this clearly. Or put differently, let's read, please read paragraph 2.4 of this particular document.
On our inquiry, the following documents had been received from Ms. Tibana.
And who's Ms. Tibana, by the way, to these proceedings?
Accused number 1.
Let's proceed.
2.4.1 letter of execution appointing Ms. Tibana with ID number 9307071039-085X executor in state number 008540/2022 of the late Maisana Asaya Masha with ID number 7709075495-084 who died on 18 September 2022. And account confirming issued by FNB Bank for estate late Maisana I Masha with account number 6303018324 at Platinum Park Branch, code 260226, opened on the 25th of November 2022.
Akuloku kwendwa vulavisisi kwalaya hivi kumati maphepha lani landzelaka a humaka yena Ms. Tibana ku vi ku ri na phepha kumbe vumbhoni papila ro komba ku yena Ms. Tibana hi yena va nge te hi yena a nga ta va a kha a languta kumbe ku pfuna eka ndzhaka ya mufi yena Maisane Isaac Masha. File number ya kona va ri a ku ri 008540 baku stroke 2022 baku nomboro ya yena mapasi yena Ms. Tibana a ku ri 9307071039-085 and then va hlamusela ku ri nomboro ya pasi ra yena mufu a ku ri 7709075495-084 loyi a nga lova hi ti 18 September 2022 baku na nomboro ya kona ya account number ya yena ya ndzhaka ya mufu yena Maisane Masha a ku ri 630301832446 baku branch ya kona a ku ri na code ya kona a ku ri 260226 baku ku ri hi 25 November 2022.
The document further reads as follows. Our client consequently...
Sorry, Colonel. Which paragraph is that?
2.5.
Okay, you can go through it and then so we can move to the next one.
Our client consequently reported the transaction on the 28th October 2024 in fulfillment of its obligations, reporting both Mr. Nonyane and Ms. Tibana.
Baku munhu loyi a tirha le timovheni a nga munhu wa hina magqwetha hi ku tivisa ku ri u ve a yisa mahlweni ivi a pfula nandzu loko swi ta ka timhaka ta fambiselo bya macheleni leswi nga humelela hi 28 October 2024 a ripota lavambirhi ku nga yena Mr. Nonyane na Ms. Tibana.
Copies of the following documents referred to the above can be made available to you on request. One, a copy of quotation issued to Mr. Nonyane, both payment notification as received, letter of execution ship as received, account confirmation from the First National Bank as received, confirmation of FIC reporting by our client.
Bakum leswi landzelaku loko ku ri va swi lava ku ri hi fane hi mi nyika mi swi lava ku hi fane hi mi nyika swona hi nga mi nyika ntsengo luya hi nga nyika yena Mr. Nonyane kumbe price leyi nga mi nyika yona Mr. Nonyane and then hi tlhela hi mi nyika na vumbhoni byo komba ku vi na ku hakeriwa hi tlhela hi mi nyika na vumbhoni byo komba ku ri vona ku na papila ro komba ku ri vona yena kumbe un'wana a ku ri yena loyi a yimelela kumbe a pfuna eka ndzhaka ya vafi and then na account number ya le FNB na yona hi nga mi nyika yona.
Finally, let's go to paragraph 3 of this document.
It is our instruction that both Mr. Nonyane and Ms. Tibana demand the amount of 1,750,000.001,750,000 to be refunded as soon as possible. It is our further instruction that considering the events communication and the bank account which the funds had been received. Our client is hesitant to do so in these circumstances.
Now, having read paragraph 3, together with the preceding paragraphs, but most importantly, reading paragraph 3 with those preceding paragraphs.
Yes.
Are you saying this letter actually says, I want to check whether I understand it the way you understand it, that this letter actually dictates that, for the lack of an easy word, dictates that accused 1 and 2, both accused 1 and 2 demanded the money from Mercedes-Benz whilst knowing, remember accused 1 knew because she's in possession of an estate from the outset, she knew the origin, but they, at that time of demanding the money, accused 2 also knew that this money belongs to a particular Masha estate as a result of the documents that you mentioned earlier on. Do I understand it the way, or do you understand it the way I understand it? That's just to check.
What happens is, when the deal went sour as a result of both accused failing to produce the power of attorney documents or a consent document from the beneficiaries, that's why it prompted this drafting of this document to say that we are not able to refund you, because if we refund you, and according to the Banks Regulation Act, if there is any suspicious transactions that comes to the bank, it has to be flagged and reported. If the bank waives such, they will impose a fine to the bank. So the bank didn't want to put themselves in that predicament of being fined. Hence, they reported the matter and not able to release the funds.
So let's
if you say bashamsela timhaka lani wani ka paragraph number 3 bashamsela ku Mr Nonyane na Mr Tibana bayiba laba mali yabona kumbe bayiba kuba laba mali yo ringana 1,750 rands, and then if bayilaba njalo kufanele bahakeriwa yona sela bayabale bank lokuba nanguthi indlela le mali le bangayikuma iyona naleswi bangabulavisana sona nabona bayihluwa laba wani babona kuri bona benke banyiki mali yena yaleyo imhaka leswi va nga swi hlamusela ivi se loko a hlamusela mhaka yin'wanyana a tlhe a ku phela loko banki yona loko va ya kwele va ku va lava mali yona yaleyo hi mhaka ku a va laviwa swo karhi va nga koti ku va nyika maphepha lawa va lava. Xo sungula a va lava ku ri va ku lava phepha ra ku himpela vanhu lava va pfumeleriwile ku va nga tirhisa mali yona yaleyo hi ku a bank a va swi vona ku mali leyi ya mufi, se a va lava ku tiyisisa ku ri himpela vadindzaka va mali leyiwani va va pfumelerini na ku ri va nga tirhisa mali yona yaleyo na. Loko a bank va vona mhaka yona yaleyo yi nga humeleli va nga kumi phepha rona rero swi va nyika ku ri swin'wana a swi fambi kahle laniwani. Se loko vo ka va nga ripoti mhangu yona yaleyo swi nga koteka ku ri bank yi fayiniwa kumbe kona ku xupuliwa.
There was a communication between my client and the accused before the court, and I believe that this information reached them, and accused number 2 was aware that the money was coming from the estate prior making those demands.
Baku kubina kupulavisana axikarhi ka vanhu lavaya hi nga ta ku hi va vitana ku hi va Mercedes-Benz na vona va hehliwa, se mhaka leyi a va yi tiva kahle na yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi a swi tiva ku mali leyi yi huma ka ndzhaka ya mufi. Se and then you said what?
I don't follow.
He said what you missed through the court, Your Worship. What she missed was accused 2 knew prior the demand of the refund that this money comes from a late estate account.
Thank you. Kasi loko ni hetisa ako muhehliwa wa vumbirhi loko ku xaviwa movha a swi tiva ku mali leyi yi huma eka ndzhaka ya mufi ku nga si za ku xaviwa movha leyi a swi tiva kahle muhlo wa vumbirhi.
Worship, I must assist the court. I'm understanding it differently. I thought the witness is saying that, is alleging actually that accused number 2 was aware that the source of the funds were estate related prior to making the demand for refund, not prior to purchase. What she's saying is totally different to what he said.
Yes, can we correct it?
Yes, he said, the witness said prior to the demand of the refund, accused 2 was also aware. Because my question, Your Worship, is at the...
Explain your question. Explain what was said. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. What was said by the state witness is that the accused, particularly 2, was aware of the origin of the money, that this money comes from a late estate account prior to the demand of the refund. Correct.
Babu yena mohisi wa vumbirhi a swi tiva ku ri mali leyiwani I mali ya mufi loko va ya le va fika va ku va lava mali yona yaleyo va yi lava ndzhaku.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kenneth, so even at the time of the refund, accused number 2 knew that this is monies belonging to deceased estates.
Let me take you back to my testimony when I started to say that this is the family, this is the couple. They know what they were doing. It's something that they discussed before even they fill in the document.
Worship, I have to object to this. The evidence that is being presented, Worship.
Why are you objecting?
Unless if we are going to be provided with some supporting evidence to the effect that they said and they discussed, as he's saying, Worship. And it's an objection that I'm raising, Worship, on that aspect.
Yes, there's an objection.
Your Worship, may it not be forgotten that the accused persons are charged for having acted with common intent and for the furtherance of common purpose whilst committing the offences. It does not actually mean there should have been direct evidence to suggest that they communicated prior, whereas active participation and prior consent or prior participation leading to the commission of these offences is a requirement for common purpose. The state can still lead circumstantial evidence in that particular regard, or circumstantial inferential reasoning maybe, but that is trial issues, of course. But I'm saying, Your Worship, there need not actually be direct evidence to prove common purpose. Not at all material times, as the court pleases.
Perhaps to assist the defense as well in the explanation by the state. Remember, this is bail application. The guilty act or otherwise of the accused is not in question. However, this is the version that the witness is still giving, and which version will be subjected to cross-examination by yourself, and in which you will have to test that, and after which the evidence will be evaluated for bail application purposes. So I think the state can proceed with the matter.
Loko yena mboni a hlamusela ku ri mi ta swi tsundzuka ku ri vanhu lavawani I ndyangu wun'we va tshama swin'we se a va swi tiva ku ri vona va endla yini loko na loko va ya va ya tata maphepha wona lahaya va swi tshamele hansi va swi vulavula swi timhaka letiwana va pfuka va swi endla ri vo tshama hansi va vulavula hi timhaka letiwana ivi gqwetha ri tlakuka ri ku mina sweswo nge yimi na swona mina vumbhoni na bya ku komba ku vanhu lavambirhi va va vulavula hi timhaka letiwani na loko ku ri a byi kona mi nga yisi mahlweni mi vutisana swivutiso loko swi fambelana na mhaka yona yaleyo loko muchuchisi a tlakuka a ku mi ta tsundzuka ku ri lavambirhi va hehliwa hi milandzu ya vukungundzwani ya ku tirhisana swin'we loko munhu va ku u endli nchumu na swimanimanyana a swi vuli ku ri luya un'wanyani ku fanele ku humesiwa vumbhoni byo n'wi komba ezikomba ku impela u swi endlile loko mpela vo kota ku kombisa ku ri munhu loyiwani luya loko a endla leswiya a kha swi tiva a swi pfumelela a swi vona na yena a ri un'wani wo endla swona swo biha kumbe sweswiya swi kha swi endliwa loko vo kuma ku yena munhu luya a kha tirhisana na yena va nga kota ku ri na yena munhu yaloyo va n'wi hehla hi nandzu wona walowo se huvo loko hi hlamula yi ku mi ta swi tsundzuka ku ri va ku loko mi pfuna gqwetha ra va hehliwa u ta swi tsundzuka ku ri hi le ka xikombelo xa beyili a hi le ku tengeni ka nandzu loko swi ta ka timhaka ta ku va na nandzu kumbe a va na nandzu a hi nkarhi wa wona walowo wa ku hina hi nga sungula ku langutana na timhaka teto mbhoni ya nyika vumbhoni amahlweni ka huvo loko yi heta u ta kuma nkarhi wa ku u n'wi vutisa swivutiso u kha u lava ku vona ku hi mpelampela leswi a nga swi vulavula laha mahlweni ka huvo a ku ri ntiyiso na loko swi suka kwalano se mina ni languta vumbhoni hinkwabyo ni kota ku teka xiboho.
Can you proceed? We are left with few minutes, but if you want to conclude that particular issue.
Maybe we can stall we have and then make some other arrangement because I still have something that I wanted to bring to the attention of both applicants.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship.
Before he will not be excused now because the defense, after the conclusion of his testimony, will also have to cross-examine him.
Correct, Your Worship. Your Worship, there's just one document that we've been referring to currently.
Yes.
Would like to hand it in as an exhibit before court.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, may it be marked Exhibit C.
Which document are you talking about?
That is the letter from Van der Linde attorneys and Prinsloo and Van der Linde.
Defense, do you have the contents of the document?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Do you have any objection that we have this?
No, Your Worship. I've consulted the applicants on it.
Thank you. Can I have the document? This will be the first exhibit. It will be exhibit number 8.
Correct, Your Worship. Your Worship, the bail
Just a
affidavit.
moment. Just a moment. There is accused, both accused may stand up. There is a document which the witness now before court was referring to when he was testifying, which document has been brought to the attention of your defense counsel. It is from Prinsloo, Van der Linde attorneys, and therefore the state has made an application that such a document be accepted by court as part of the record. The defense counsel to yourself has no objection, and such a correspondence from Prinsloo Van der Linde attorney is hereby accepted by court as exhibit number 8.
Seba kuna papila le roma ko le ka magqwetha a le ma-City Banks ba nge bona ba ka Prinsloo se mothuthisi a kombele ku ri mukeri wa tatisa vumbhoni gqwetha ra n'wina ku a ri na nkingha na swona sweswo se ku vona yona ta ri mukela tatisa vumbhoni.
Your Worship, not to disturb the court any further, the bail applications affidavits were, if I remember well, exhibits A and B.
Oh, by the way,
Correct, Your Worship.
Exhibit A and B, then this will be exhibit number C.
Correct, Your Worship.
Mr. Maluleke, do you agree with me on that?
I agree with that sequence.
Thank you. Then it means, therefore, this number is now, the letter is now exhibit C, the letter from Van der Linde attorneys, and thanks so much, District.
Thanks. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. May I therefore take the applicants through to the process before you will arrange the next date?
Pardon, Worship?
It is obvious you will store the evidence for this witness
Until
the next date.
correct.
However, I wanted to give a certain explanation to the two applicants before you could even both agree on the date of postponement.
As the court pleases, Your Worship.
Both accused applicants number 1 and 2, the court is of the view that it should refresh your mind in terms of the provision of section 60 subsection 11b sub c of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 as amended. The purpose is to ensure that as you are aware, evidence that is adduced in a bail application may be used in a subsequent trial that follows. And therefore, taking into consideration the witness now before court, whose evidence is not yet concluded, will conclude his testimony, after which he may be subjected to cross-examination by your defense counsel. You should be in a position to instruct your defense counsel for whatever questions which you know you should take them up with the witness at the time the cross-examination is open. Do you understand it?
Baku mheshimiwa wo sungula na wambirhi no lava ku va tsundzuxa ku ri va swi tiva ku ri ku ya hi nawu swin'wana na swin'wana leswi nga ta vulavuriwa la ka xikombelo xa vona xa bail swi ta heta xi tirhisiwa emahetelelweni loko ku tengiwa nandzu lowuwani va ri loko ku ri mbhoni leyiwani ya ha nyika vumbhoni a yi si za yi heta loko yi ta fika makumu gqweta ra n'wina yi ta va rona ri n'wi vutisaka swivutiso se huvo yi ku a ni ta ku lava ku kumbexana hi n'wina mi vulavula na gqweta ra n'wina mi ri byela hinkwaswo leswi mi lavaka ku ri ri vutisa mbhoni leyiwani loko ya ha ri kwala amahlweni ka huvo va ku ha swi twisisa leswi huvo ri nga hi hlamusela swona.
So in other words, should he have said something and there is no question that challenge that, for the eventual trial, it may be assumed that you are in agreement with such evidence that has been adduced by this witness.
Va ku loko o vulavula swin'wana ivi va mi tsandzeka kumbe gqweta ra n'wina tsandzeka ku kanetana na leswi mi nga swi vulavula la mahlweni ka huvo swi ta tekiwa ku ri swi vula ku n'wina a mi pfumelelani na swona mi pfumelelani na swona siku leri ku nga ta va ku kha ku tengiwa nandzu.
I'm doing that so that you prepare that with your defense counsel for the eventual cross-examination that you will do when the matter proceeds.
Va ri ni mi hlamusela leswiwani ku ri n'wina mi ta kota ku vulavurisana na gqweta ra n'wina ku ri ri ta ri lunghini loko swi ta ka timhaka to vutisa swivutiso mbhoni leyiwani.
Understood, applicant number 1 and applicant number 2. Thank you.
Va ku ha swi twisisa.
Your Worship, not to waste the court's time and my colleagues' time, Your Worship, during the lunch adjournment, the police informed me that these cameras and these microphones are not being switched off. And when we're having off-record conversation, I'm so disappointed in that the Honorable Court was apprised of the fact that these issues, these proceedings should be recorded, and during adjournments they should be careful because there'll be engagements there and there. So, Your Worship, I'm quite highly disappointed that the court cautioned against that, warned our members from the media side, from the media houses against that, but it continued, Your Worship. And Your Worship, I'm pleading with the Honorable Court. I'm not saying that may have been done deliberately, but just to vary the order, that during adjournments, please, Your Worship, it may, for instance, compromise standards, in the sense that we cannot litigate here without engaging each other. Like the Honorable Court at times said, hey, go and engage each other, go and engage it, only to find that we're connected to a loudspeaker somewhere. For example, for instance, we're connected to a loudspeaker somewhere. Your Worship, I'm asking that at least it's a humble application, Your Worship, that at least, because this request was not, or the court's caution was not attended to by the parties, at least they be cautioned for the last time, or the order be varied. I'm just asking, Your Worship, from the utmost humble part of my heart, as the court pleases.
Yes,
Your Worship, I concur with my colleague. I've received those complaints from parties out there, and in fact, when my colleague was approached by the police, who were in a discussion on issues pertaining to the purpose for that particular indulgence that was requested for the documents. Your Worship, I raised these issues yesterday and I raised them again. And our position is simply this. It has become clear that the question of this court is not being respected, and it has the potential to compromise the integrity of the entire process. Because like my colleague said, it's impossible to litigate when the two parties are not at a position or at a point to be able to engage each other. We'll always be exchanging documents, and in most cases, before it leads a witness, we would like to share the documents with us, we consult our clients so that we understand what we are dealing with. Now, what if, whilst we're engaging each other, our conversations are being aired out there, it truly compromises the normal standards of court practice, wherein parties, despite the dispute that brings us here, must still be able to engage each other. It's virtually impossible to operate in this fashion, and there is no other remedy to this. After all, the media is not applying for the bail. It's accused persons' rights that are at stake here, and we submit. We're not requesting that they be barred from recording the proceedings, but at the very least, an order be clear that as soon as the court adjourns, they be afforded a specific time that they request to be able to switch off their devices, so that if there's any conversations, we can have that. So long as they continue recording this, it makes it very difficult for us to proceed in this matter.
Your Worship, finally, not to disturb the Honorable Court, my colleagues from the communications informs me that she received messages from other colleagues that whatever you're saying there, we can hear it live. And that this was during an adjournment, and they were having conversations private with other colleagues, but that was on air. I think, Your Worship, it can't be that this kind of things happen, and more in particular that this was raised yesterday, and we ventilated it here on record. We are not preventing. In my view, Your Worship, I'm not a person who can come here and say someone must stop working for what fits them. It's according to me not right. They came to work, they have to work, but at least just to refrain from that particular issue of recording, even because we can't work without engaging each other, as the court pleases.
I have noted the concerns that you have raised, and I'm seriously disappointed with the media industry, if that is what they're doing, because they are not supposed to do that. Whilst you have been given an authority to record the proceedings or to televise the proceeding, do it in good faith. It should not be done in bad faith. It should not be a communication that is there between the public prosecutor or the state and the defense counsel, or the defense counsel and his own clients, that is now televised live. It is not allowed, and it should never be allowed, and it should not actually be promoted. I believe any media house has got its own manager here, and you must make sure that this does not happen, and this should not recur. I had already questioned about this earlier on during the course of this bail hearing, and I believe that this, as I said it now, would not continue, would not hear the discussions between the professionals taking place live on air, which is not the court proceedings, and this must be avoided at all costs. And any media house that should be found to be promoting that, you must bring it to our attention, and they will be charged for contempt of court for further televising these private conservations.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Kuna vanhu van'wani lava tekaka mahungu la kumbe lavo hangalasa mahungu lava va nga byeriwa tolo ku ri loko hi yimanyana la mahlweni ka huvo na n'wina mi fanele mi tima swilo swa n'wina mi nga yisi mahlweni no hi rhikhoda no hi teka ku ve hi yiminyana hi ku ni te loko na ha vulavisana na gqwetha ra va hehliwa ni byeriwa hi phorisa rin'wana ri ku n'wina mi le ku twakaleni la khoto ka leswi mi nga le ku swi vulavuleni ku ve khoto a yi nga ri mahlweni se a hi yiminyana ivi se na gqwetha ri vulavula ri ku a ni swi tivi ku ri ku fanele ku endliwa yini hi mhaka ku na sweswo hi swi vulavurini ku ri sweswiwani mina loko ni fanele ni vulavula vahihliwa va mina a ni swi koti hi mhaka ku va 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 kha va hi rhekhoda swi heta swi tlhe swi ya twala kwihi vi yena muchuchisi loko a tlha hlamusela lava va nga tshama kusuhani na yena na vona va n'wi byele ku un'wana u va fonerini a ku sweswo mi swi vulavulaka hi le ku mutweni sweswi hi nkarhi wona walowo se huvo loko yi hlamusela na yona loko yi hlamula ka lavambirhi yi ku ni twa ni nyami swinene ka n'wina vanhu ka n'wina vateki va mahungu hi mhaka ku ni swi vulini tolo ni swi kayidzini tolo ku swi nga ha humeleli swi timhaka letiwani ta ku loko ku yimiwe nyana n'wina mi va mi kha mi teka mahungu laha humelelaku xikarhi ka muchuchisi na gqwetha xikarhi ka gqwetha na vahihliwa va yena va ku sweswo swi nga ha pfuki swi humelerini na ku na n'wina mina vakulukumba va n'wina loko mo swi endla sweswo va ta swi yisa ka vakulukumba va n'wina va ku loyi a nga ta kumeka a kha a swi endla swi vula ku huvo yi ta n'wi hehla hi nandzu wa ku nyadza tihuvo ivi a ta kota ku xupuriwa.
Thank you. State and the Defense Council, this court has a virtual hearing tomorrow of a partly matter. So that as you arrange for the next date for the hearing, it's available all along, but for tomorrow there's a virtual hearing which is partly that.
Ask the court, please.
Thank you. You can then interact.
May I approach my court?
They'll still be live. The court pleases. Your Worship, I remember during lunch Mr. Di Khoro informed me that this court has a matter from a witness outside the province.
Yes, I think that is the virtual hearing.
That's the one.
Referring to.
Correct, Your Worship.
We are having a partly held hearing. I think the witness is somewhere in Cape Town. And
that's what
the matter has been set for tomorrow.
That's what he informed me, Your Worship. Your Worship, it was okay. Upon our engagement, we reached.
The day after tomorrow, it's available. I don't know how long the partly had matter will take us, so I cannot just let you idle.
Correct, Your Worship. Your Worship, should we risk and say let's start maybe at after 2 just to, or should we keep for tomorrow?
No, it's fine with me, but should it not happen, you must know that the court has indicated.
As the court pleases. Then so Thursday and Friday you should
postpone to tomorrow.
Your Worship, for the sake of progress, we can take that chance of being here if the court agents were available, and then we can then extend it also to the days that he had suggested of Thursday and Friday, so that we can finish and move on. Because on next week Monday, then I'm unavailable. Going forward, I'm in trial in the High Court in Johannesburg.
Then, Your Worship, with regard to the times, can we just estimate to say around 2, perhaps?
14 hours.
14 hours. As a suggestion, Your Worship.
You're not available. Yes, applicants.
And may the witness be warned, Your Worship.
Yes, I will definitely warn him. He's still under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you. Applicants, it is unfortunate that we have to proceed with this hearing up to a particular time, and we should have concluded at 16 hours. However, in view of the other engagements that I was taking up with yourself and the Defense Counsel, we delayed to finish today. However, tomorrow this court has a partly had a virtual hearing for which the witness is outside the province. However, this matter will be postponed to tomorrow. The court will first deal with the virtual hearing. Upon completion of the virtual hearing, the court will then revert to this matter for us to continue with this hearing. And therefore, this case is postponed to tomorrow, the 26th of August, 2026. Witness Colonel Makua, you are warned for court. We'll start at 14 hours and maybe by 1:30, try to be around.
Bakuna ndilo wanutangena mndugu 26 August 2026. Imaka kwenda sungula inanzo mwanya ndinga na wona.
Accused will be in custody.
If you want to see.
Is that the role?
That is the role you're wearing. Okay.